Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to this December meeting of the Del Mar College Board of Regents. We are convening at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, December 5th. Welcome to everyone and happy holidays. May all the joy and festivities and celebration and of whatever holiday you like to or you choose to observe, we wish you the best during this holiday season. I'm going to call the roll for our Board of Regents. Mr. Krull? Here. Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Ms. Averett? Here. Dr. Adami?
Here.
Mr. Garza?
Here.
Mr. Loeb?
Here.
Dr. Babley?
Here.
I'm Carol Scott. We have a quorum and can conduct business. Would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Ms. Averett, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please join us as we read our Del Mar College vision statement. Del Mar College will be the premier choice for life-changing educational opportunities provided by responsive and innovative faculty and staff who empower students to improve local and global communities. Thank you. Del Mar College is streaming our live audio and video from the official Board of Regents meetings on the college's website in real time, with the exception of portions of the meeting as may be considered closed session by statute. At this time, we have an opportunity for general public comment. If there's anyone to address the board on items not on our agenda today, now is the time to do that. I don't see anyone coming forward or that's signed up for general public comment. So we will proceed with recognitions. And while Dr. Holcomb is coming up, I'm going to let the board know that we are going to move our action items related to the Professor Emeritus status up immediately following the recognitions. So first we'll start with the recognitions. Dr. Holcomb.
Madam Chair of Regents, Dr. Escamilla, I'm honored to recognize two deans who have been elected to represent Del Mar College on prestigious organizations. First, Dr. Cynthia Bridges, Dean of Communications, Fine Arts, and Social Sciences, has been elected to serve as the chair of the Commission on Community College Accreditation by the National Association of Schools of Music that we call NASM. NASM is an organization of schools, conservatories, colleges, and universities with about 628 accredited institutional members. It establishes national standards for undergraduate and graduate degrees and other credentials for music and related disciplines. Del Mar College, as you, I hope, remember, was the first community college to receive accreditation by NASM back in 1940s. I think it was 1948. Dr. Bridges has served on accreditation teams for NASM since 2016 and has served on the Community College Commission for 2 terms. Her expertise, leadership, and commitment were recognized by the institution or the organization, and this led to her being elected to serve as chairperson and become a member of the board of directors. She will be responsible for knowledge of all cases being viewed by the commission. This includes self-studies and visitors reports from site visits for institutions that seek new accreditation, documents from member institutions seeking renewal of accreditation, substantive change, listing of new programs, and postponement of site visits. The chair reads all documents that will require action reports and subsequent motions, voting guides, and the commission members will be in discussion and vote on various recommendations. I'd like you to join me in congratulating Dr. Cynthia Bridges on this election to this prestigious appointment. Dr. Bridges.
thank you so much. And thank you, Regents and Administration, for supporting the work of accreditation with regard to programmatic accreditation. Without this support, I would never have been able to say yes to the invitation to be on the ballot for this position. When I was chair of music, I was pretty grateful every day that we were accredited. And as dean, I am thrilled to have 3 programs that are accredited by the same organization, although the acronyms for each is a little different. There's NAST for theater and NASAD for art and design. They all come from the same office and the same organization, and they carry the same rigor as an ASM. I will always be proud that we were the first. And I love going to that conference and just kind of holding it.
That's in the country, right? That's
Yes.
the first junior college in the country in
Yes, sir.
1940-something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that 1948 is really important. And when you go, I'm no longer the rep, so Professor Longoria sits behind it. But there are these signs that are hand printed in script that have the name of the college and the year of the accreditation in 1948, and I love that. It's earlier than a lot of the universities. But I'll always be proud of that. And it's not because it is a prestigious thing, and it's not because only 5 colleges in the state of Texas are accredited and fewer than 30 community colleges in the entire country are accredited, but it's because of the rigor that it provides and the opportunity that that rigor provides our students. And so I thank you for your support in this endeavor, and I hope that we can continue to support our programs that are accredited through this organization. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next, I would like to recognize Davis Merrell, Dean of the Industry and Public Service Division. He was appointed to serve a term on the Texas Association of College Technical Educators, also called TACTE, on the board. From 2023 to 2026, he represents the Gulf Coast Southern region, and he'll also serve as a workforce education course manual facilitator. TACTE identifies workforce education leadership needs in Texas community and technical colleges and provides an efficient and effective structure for articulating and responding to workforce education leadership needs. The TACTE board meets in person twice a year to conduct business and provide comprehensive leadership and advice to the coordinating board, the Texas Workforce Commission, and the Texas Association of Community Colleges, as well as other agencies and organizations. The board also coordinates their annual TACTE conference as well. Dean Merrell will be a great asset to this board and instrumental in providing Del Mar College with his gained knowledge. Please join me in congratulating Davis Merrell. Davis?
Thank you. This nomination came about through actually a Pathways and an 8-week study program, and luckily I was able to get the nomination and be elected to the board. One of the things that's very interesting about TACTE is that with the workforce relation that TACTE has with the coordinating board, I see a lot of potential, especially in the way the state is moving forward with building a talent-strong Texas. And so TACTE has, the theme for the 2024 conference is building a talent-strong Texas workforce for the last 30 years. TACTE has been around for 30 years. We're celebrating that in 2024, and I'm glad to be a part of this. And I know that we're going to have a great conference, and with the support of Del Mar College, I hope to do this for a while. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for bringing those to us, Dr. Halcomb.
Well,
Now-
thank you.
Now we're going to move to our regular agenda, action item number 2. 3 and 4, we'll take these obviously individually, but we have very proud that we have 3 opportunities to bestow the title of Professor Emeritus on some outstanding faculty. Dr. Halcomb?
Thank you. Madam Chair, Regents, Dr. Escamilla, I'm pleased today to present 3 nominations for consideration of emeritus status. The individuals have provided about 100 years of combined service to Del Mar College prior to their retirement. We are thankful for their commitment to our students for these many years. Emeritus status, as you know, is a distinction that is reserved for faculty who have shown distinguished service, significant contributions to higher education, meritorious teaching, and special honors. This is an important and very distinguished honor. Your packet contains the policy covering the eligibility for consideration of emeritus status and the process for nominations. Eligibility for the award of emeritus includes distinction in the areas of faculty fundamental responsibilities, including professional practice, educational growth, and institutional and community service. Your packet lists the areas of distinguished service for each nominee. Within the body of the resolution that I will read in a little bit, there will be a list of examples of their exemplary service. A person upon receiving emeritus status will gain privileges such as being listed in the college catalog, college directory, mailing list, and of course have this distinguished title of Professor Emeritus. Each faculty emeritus considered today was recommended by the supervisor or 3 colleagues, the dean of the respective division, the faculty council, and myself, chief academic officer, following the outlined policies and procedures. Your packet contains those specific criteria. Now I'd like to present Norma Ayala-Maynard to you for consideration of emeritus status. I would like Norma to come forward, please, so you can see, if you haven't already met her, so you can see who she is. Yes, that'd be good. So Norma served as a professor of English for 34 years, and she provided leadership, especially in developmental education and leadership. And there's a list of criteria that you see in front of you that outlines all of her achievements. And most of those, as I've indicated, will be in the resolution I will read to you. But you can see that we have set criteria that aligns to the policy. So you can see that she has met all of the criteria or exceeds the required criteria. So I'm now going to read a resolution in recognition of Norma Ayala-Maynard, which highlights these achievements. Then I will ask the Board of Regents to accept the resolution and confer emeritus status. Whereas Norma Ayala-Maynard, Professor of English, served as an exemplary educator among her peers at the college for more than 34 years as a full-time and as adjunct faculty. During her tenure at the college, Ms. Ayala-Maynard has consistently advocated for student success. She provided excellent leadership in the areas of developmental education and English. Whereas Norma Ayala-Maynard's list of accomplishments is quite notable, Ms. Ayala-Maynard received Diamond Pen Awards and college recognition for her years of service in teaching. She has been nominated as Del Mar College Teacher of the Year in multiple semesters since 2008. Ms. Ayala-Maynard was invaluable in serving students through organizations such as the Hispanic Student Association, the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education, and the Mexican American Studies program. Ms. Ayala-Maynard also provided dedicated service to the college as a member of multiple faculty hiring committees, instructional program review committees, and college standing committees, including Faculty Council, Affirmative Action Committee, and Recruitment and Retention Committees. Whereas Norma Ayala-Maynard is known for her mentorship of students and faculty, innovative teaching methods, and involvement with college and professional affiliate activities. Ms. Ayala-Maynard was instrumental in developing curriculum for early versions of Mexican American literature courses at Del Mar College. She did so at a time when Mexican American literature anthologies were practically non-existent. Ms. Ayala-Maynard served the English and Philosophy Department of the college for over a decade as the English Adjunct Mentoring Coordinator, facilitating professional development for scores of adjuncts during this time. In addition, she engaged professionally through Conference of College Teachers of English, the English Association, the Conference on College Composition and Communication, and the National Council of English Teachers. So at the end of the resolution, now therefore be it resolved that Del Mar College Board of Regents formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation for service to our college and community by recognizing Norma Ayala-Maynard with the title of Professor Emeritus on the day December 5th, 2023. So now I am going to ask, Madam Chair, I now ask for you to accept this resolution and confer emeritus status for Norma Ayala-Maynard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Curley, you have a motion to make?
I have a motion to accept the recommendation and congratulate you on your years of service.
Mr. Kelly?
Second that.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Are there any comments or questions from the board on the motion to confirm Professor Emeritus status to Ms. Ayala-Maynard? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there any public comment on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your service. Do you have a few words for us?
And I have a framed resolution. We framed the resolutions for her.
Thank you. I do have a few things to say. I want to thank Dr. Mark Escamilla, the Board of Regents, Dr. Jonda Halcomb, Dr. Matthew Perry, and for nominating me, Dr. Matthew Moore, as well as Professor Connie Gutierrez and Associate Professor Carrie Butler for supporting Dr. Moore's decision. Equally important, I thank the students I have been privileged to teach. I am honored and humbled to receive a prestigious title that my sons Ernest, Tony, and Jason, my daughter Darlene, my 8 grandchildren, and my brothers Humberto and Carlos, and my boyfriend David will be proud of. I'm also sure that my deceased parents, Ernesto and Belen Ayala, and my sister, Professor Lilia Gloria Martinez, who taught in the same English department, would be proud of too. Destined to be an educator, I used to play with my sister's school papers while I pretended to be a teacher, which occurred even before I attended kindergarten. During this time, I recall playing school teacher with Humberto, my little brother, and his friends who gladly accepted their roles as my students, provided I gave them Kool-Aid and cookies. Several years later, I fulfilled my dream of becoming a teacher. During my tenure at Del Mar College, I encouraged my students to finish their degrees, which I continue to do so as an adjunct. I have told them that I began my higher education as a Del Mar College student, ill-prepared for college work. However, I have yet to meet a student who writes as poorly as I did when I started Del Mar. So they should not be discouraged. Also, I have told them that while enduring tremendous personal sacrifices and overcoming one obstacle after another, I finally earned an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree in English, a bachelor's degree in Spanish, and a master's in English, ethnic studies, and Spanish. While taking 18 college hours during my last semester as a graduate student, I worked full-time at Corpus Christi Academy and as an adjunct at Del Mar West and East campuses. I mentioned that even though my parents were financially well off to help me, I decided to be on welfare as a single parent of 4 children because, ironically, I could not afford to work. Otherwise, I would need more money to support my children financially. The whole point of sharing my story with students has been to let them know that if I can work 2 jobs, raise 4 children, attend school full-time, and succeed, they can too. And why wouldn't they? As I have often told my developmental students, you are enrolled in English 0305, 0306 honors, but nobody knows but us. Thank you and God bless.
I will now present to you Benita Flores-Muñoz for consideration of emeritus status. Ms. Flores-Muñoz, Professor of Child Development, Early Childhood, served as an exemplary, tenured educator among her peers and students of the college for more than 18 years. She received the highest award for faculty at the college, the Eileen Creighton Award for Teaching Excellence in 2021. I'm going to show you the eligibility criteria. You see it on the screen. And this is Ms. Flores-Muñoz. And I think many of you saw her when we awarded the Creighton Award. So I think most of you are familiar with her and many of her achievements that you see in the eligibility criteria. So she meets or exceeds the required criteria in policy. So now I'm going to read the resolution for Benita Flores-Muñoz, and then I will ask you if you can vote. Whereas Benita Flores-Muñoz, Professor of Child Development, Early Childhood, served as an exemplary tenured educator among her peers and students of the college for more than 18 years as a full-time tenure track instructor and as a term instructor, and for 9 years as an adjunct instructor. Whereas Benita Flores-Muñoz, throughout her tenure, demonstrated outstanding contributions in the classroom, on campus, and the community. Ms. Flores-Muñoz's teaching style was marked by passion and enthusiasm, creating a positive, conducive learning environment where she shared relatable, real-world experiences with her students. Student evaluations consistently praised her as an excellent instructor who was approachable and inspiring to them. For her hard work and commitment to the college in 2021, as I mentioned, she was selected and honored as the Eileen Creighton Award for Teaching Excellent recipient, the highest faculty award at Del Mar College. She demonstrated adaptability and growth through technology integration and flexible scheduling to meet student needs, and she contributed significantly to developing online courses in child development early childhood program. In addition to her role as professor, she served as the program director and played a vital role in mentoring faculty. Whereas Benita Flores-Muñoz led the CDEC program through the National Association for the Education of Young Children National Accreditation in 2019, a feat that only 11 Texas colleges have achieved. Her accomplishments include being recognized as the Disability Advocate for the year and as the Blue and Silver Alumni Faculty of the Year at Del Mar College in 2016. Ms. Flores-Muñoz actively participated in college-wide committees such as the Curriculum Committee, Del Mar Now Committee, Dual Credit Committee, Wellness Committee, and the Faculty Professional Development Committee. In addition, she participated in outreach activities and community events such as the Week of the Young Child, Teddy Bear Drive, Special Olympics, and volunteered with the YWCA. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Del Mar College Board of Regents formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation for service to our college and community by recognizing Benita Flores-Muñoz with the title of Professor Emeritus on the day of December 5th, 2023. I would now like to ask Madam Chair if you would accept this resolution and confer emeritus status for Benita Flores-Muñoz.
Thank you very much. Chair will now entertain a motion. Dr. Adami? Thank you, Dr. Adami, for making that motion to confer Professor Emeritus status. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Averett. Congratulations. We're very excited for you. Are there any questions or comments on this motion? Is there any public comment on this motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Wow. This is pretty surreal. When I was first notified that I was even being considered for this, it's a bit overwhelming because I feel like I'm being awarded for I don't want to say doing nothing, but I've always loved teaching and working with students. And this is a full circle moment for me. Many of you know that I am a product of Del Mar College, and I know that when I crossed the stage of Richardson Auditorium in 1989, I never dreamed that I would be standing here in this moment or in any of the other moments where I have received recognition and awards. I'm very thankful, of course, to the board on accepting this resolution, to my former chairperson, Christy Urbick, for submitting my name for this, to the faculty council and all the other powers that be that may have played a part in sending my name forward. If I am a professor of distinction, it's not just because I always thought I was an awesome person, but because Del Mar College has invested in me. And I took full advantage of the opportunities that have been presented to me to become a better educator, to be a more refined and astute student advisor, and to be a strong leader amongst my colleagues. And for that, I am thankful to the college. Thank you so much.
I will now present to you Dolores G. Huerta for consideration of emeritus status. Dolores, could you come forward, please? Ms. Huerta served as an exemplary educator for over 45 years at Del Mar College, providing excellent leadership in the areas of accounting and business education. She demonstrated a passion for teaching, advising, mentoring, and retention. And you'll see in the list of criteria lined up by policy that she meets or exceeds the basic criteria needed. I'm going to go ahead and read a resolution that does contain her achievements, and then I will ask the board to vote to accept the resolution. Whereas Dolores G. Huerta, professor of accounting, served as an exemplary tenured educator among her peers and students at Del Mar College for more than 45 years as a full-time tenure-track faculty member from 1977 to 2023. Whereas Dolores G. Huerta was recognized for her admirable dedication to higher education by receiving the National Institute of Staff and Organizational Development, also known as NISOD, Excellence Award in 2002 and 2012. Ms. Huerta's accomplishments include being named Who's Who among American teachers and educators and being a 3-time recipient of the Del Mar College's Faculty Academic Advisor of the Year Award. Whereas Dolores G. Huerta provided committed service to the college as an active member of numerous committees, including the Curriculum Committee, Employee Grievance Policy Review Committee, Accounting Advisory Committee, Retention Committee, a Presidential Search Committee, and numerous others. Her service to the discipline is further evidenced by her collaborations to establish work-based learning experiences with external organizations for accounting students completing practicum requirements before graduation at Del Mar College. Whereas Dolores G. Huerta's contributions to the Del Mar College community were numerous and invaluable, including participation and promotion of junior achievement, the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education, and the American Association of University Professors. Whereas Dolores Huerta demonstrated the value of lifelong learning by consistently seeking professional development to enhance her teaching skills and knowledge within her assigned discipline. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Del Mar College Board of Regents formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation for service to our college and community by recognizing Dolores G. Huerta with the title of Professor Emeritus on this day, December 5th, 2023. Madam Chair, I now ask you to accept this resolution and confer emeritus status for Dolores G. Huerta.
Thank you so much for your service, Ms. Huerta, Professor Huerta. Is there a motion to that effect, Mr. Garza? Thank you. Second by Mr. Lowe. We're trying to go around the table here. We congratulate you and thank you for your years of success. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Is there any public comment on this motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
I managed to write down a few notes this morning in preparation for this presentation. If my students were here and they heard me say that I have a few notes, they would tell you to run. Because when Ms. Huerta has notes, she has notes. In my classroom, I would fill up all 3 whiteboard panels when necessary, so we might be here a while. No, I'll give you the condensed version. First, let me express my appreciation for this recognition. I'm very thankful that I'm receiving this recognition. For me, however, not to diminish this recognition I'm getting today, but for me, it's all about what I've done in the classroom. And for me, that has been my main priority here at Del Mar. Like Ms. Ayala-Maynard mentioned a while ago, I too used to play school, not knowing that I would play school the rest of my life. Only thing different is now I got paid for it. In my family of origin, there were 5 girls and 1 boy. I used to introduce him as my favorite brother. He was my only brother. He's now deceased, unfortunately, as is one of our sisters. My brother never wanted to play school with us. I don't know why. It was just the girls. And all of us girls became teachers. And my mother was a teacher's aide for 20 years before she raised all 6 of us. After she raised all 6 of us and survived, she was a teacher's aide for 20 years. So we come from a very education-oriented family. In our family, education was stressed. We didn't have much growing up, but we had each other and we had our school. And our schooling, our activities were important to my parents. I was very fortunate many years ago to be hired by my first chairperson, Sue Clark, in the vocational business program on the West Campus. Since then, vocational business became business technology, and then it merged with business administration. So I've been through a lot of changes here at Del Mar, countless administrators, countless colleagues, et cetera. But for me, the focus has always been our students. And notice I didn't say my students, they're our students. They all belong to all of us in any position we have here at Del Mar. During my time here at Del Mar, I have done my best to mentor all of our students, especially the reentry students who sometimes come to us with very little or no self-confidence, who wonder when they walk in the door for the first time what they're doing here. They don't know that they can even make it or not. I always tell notice I'm still using present tense. I always tell my reentry students and my first-timers that they already took the hardest step, and that was to walk in the front door to register. You know, I tell them after that, it's downhill, okay? So many of our students need guidance. So many of them need direction. And I think it's incumbent on all of us, administration, faculty, and staff, to do everything possible to provide them with that. I've always said sometimes I know we do our best to get them here to attend Del Mar, but do we do our best to keep them here? And I know we're a reflection of society, we're a reflection of what's out there in the real world, but I would encourage all Del Mar faculty, staff, faculty, administration, and staff to do our best to retain our students. After all, I think it's our mission to provide them lifelong learning, for the ones that are receiving a certificate or an associate degree, to provide them marketable skills that they take with them when they finish our program. I am proud of the work I've done with our students. Many of my former students, or our former students from our department, I should say, are currently employed by Del Mar College in different capacities here, and that makes me very proud. I thank you. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Halcomb, for both the recognitions and for bringing these 3 outstanding individuals forward. It is a great reminder for all of us that the decisions we make at this table are only to empower our faculty members to do the best that they can for all of our students. So thank you and congratulations to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Regents. Very much appreciated.
We will now go back to our regular agenda and go to our student success report. And Rita Hernandez is going to come up. And for those of you who want to stay for the rest of the meeting, you're welcome to do so. But if you have other things to do, we certainly understand that. Thank you all for being here for those recognitions and those appointments today. Ms. Hernandez, our student success report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Regents, Dr. Escamilla. Thank you all for having me this afternoon. I've got a little frog in my throat this morning, but I've got my water and some cough drops, so please allow me some grace if I start to sound a little funky in a minute. So, all right, for the last 12 years, the Division of Student Engagement and Retention has provided a holistic approach, a wraparound approach to student support services. This includes academic, professional, social, and personal support for each of our students. Each department coordinates campus and community resources with the primary goal of removing barriers to student success and completion. All the departments are listed here. I'm going to share with you a brief overview of the services that we provide, some updates, and then some highlights for each one of these departments. So our career development counselors, career development office, the counselors guide students through exploration of pathways via the MC Career Coach. Then they introduce students to workforce and labor market trends that align with their current skills, interests, and professional goals. We recently launched the Handshake portal that connects students to professional opportunities, including part-time jobs, internships, and full-time positions. Since launching Handshake this October, 149 students have created profiles and have already begun exploring employment opportunities. In preparation for attending job fairs and hiring events, career development counselors review resumes, cover letters, LinkedIn profiles, offer development workshops on networking skills and communicating with confidence. Students can practice interviewing through mock interviews and select free interview attire from the donation-driven Viking Career Closet. Students are workforce ready after engaging with the career development team. Total engagements with the career development services for the 22-23 school year were 5,536 engagements. More recently, some of the highlights include a hiring event with the Corpus Christi Army Depot, where 221 students and alumni submitted resumes, and 106 were hired. October 25th, at a skills and trades hiring event, the Corpus Christi Army Depot collected 195 resumes and hired an additional 28 students or alumni. The Center for Access and Advocacy is a new name, moving away from deficit language and fostering a culture of support. Disability services and retention services are now the Center for Access and Advocacy, or CAA. The CAA is committed to providing access to classes for students with any disability that interfere with learning. Some examples may include ADHD, sight or hearing impairment, anxiety, or dyslexia, to name a few. Some highlights from the access services for the 22-23 school year: we had 525 students register with access services. So 1,175 courses delivered accommodations that year. Additionally, CAA is committed to assisting students who have a GPA below a 2.0 to regain good scholastic standing. Advocacy specialists connect one-on-one with students to help them start, stay, and finish strong via the Academic Recovery Program. For the 22-23 school year, we're really proud that 60% of the students who were below a 2.0 increased their GPA through interventions with our advocacy specialists and their own determination. 40% of those got to good scholastic standing. 27 increased their GPA. We also have the Retention Alert Program, where advocacy specialists connect students with resources both on and off campus when life gets in the way of academic success. Early alerts are submitted for attendance, missing assignments, test grades, illness, basic needs, emotional or psychological issues, financial or legal concerns. Each month, an average of 70 early alerts are submitted by faculty. Advocacy specialists provides individual support, intervention, and referrals. They also maintain partnerships with community supports. Our advocacy specialist, Ms. Danielle Newman, She can wave out there. Currently serves as the Coastal Bend Social Services Coalition Vice Chair and on the Coastal Bend Coordinated Communication Response Coalition. Future partnerships include homelessness issues partnerships, Coastal Bend Community Organization Active in Disaster, and child advocacy coalitions. Pictured here is the 2023 Faculty Staff Advocate of the Year award ceremony. Recipients are nominated by the students that they serve. Access and advocacy is genuinely a campus-wide commitment. The Counseling Center. Since 2012, the Counseling Center has offered confidential counseling with state licensed professional counselors. Nationally, we know that half of college students report struggling with emotional wellness and mental health during their college career. Counselors offer individual and couple and group counseling with students. Crisis intervention and support through urgent circumstances is an additional service provided by LPCs. Consultations with faculty and staff provide guidance for understanding and supporting the mental health needs of our students. We also have provided guidance to several community colleges in the state as they develop their own standalone mental health support services. 2022-23, 1,111 counseling sessions were offered. 22 crisis interventions related to family violence, suicidal ideation, or sudden loss. We have prevention and awareness events, and we had 2,934 engagements. Some of the most frequent concerns that are presented by our students are anxiety, partner relationship concerns, and family relational issues. Prevention and awareness events include pet therapy, an annual community mental health fair, suicide prevention training, and mental health first aid to the campus community. Additionally, therapy assistance online, or we like to call the Netflix for mental health, was renewed for another year thanks to the generous support of a DMC donor and our foundation team. Student Leadership and Campus Life. Student Leadership and Campus Life provides students with social and leadership development as well as community engagement opportunities. The Student Government Association represent the student voices that lead to program development. Students are able to establish on-campus support systems through this programming and often describe feeling a sense of belonging and motivation to succeed. Approximately 500 students engage with 40 registered student organizations, clubs, and organizations. The National Society of Leadership and Success has been a leadership organization at Del Mar College since 2011 with over 10,000 members who maintain a 3.0 GPA. The DMC chapter has been recognized by the national organization as a chapter of leadership with best practices for over 10 years. Phi Theta Kappa is a leading academic organization providing scholarships to students that maintain a 3.5 GPA to transfer to colleges and universities. The DMC chapter has held a 5-star status, which is the highest honor of the organization. And of course, we can't forget Valdar. He's one of the most popular team members for the Student Leadership and Campus Life team. Valdar engaged with the community at 102 events in the 22-23 school year, including K-12 schools, community events. In total, the Student Leadership and Campus Life engagements were 43,647 at events like Fall Carnival, Skateland skating parties, and Spring Break Bash. The Student Success Center. The Student Success Center is a College Reading and Learning Association accredited peer tutoring center. The Success Center provides peer tutoring, study spaces, instructional resources, including AMP models, a technology resource center with program-specific software like AutoCAD or computer-aided design. Peer tutors also offer TSI preparation to current and prospective students. Students are able to check out laptops and calculators to use at home and saving them the personal expense. Finally, the Student Success Coach provides one-on-one group academic support, helping students improve study skills, test-taking strategies, and goal setting. A couple of highlights from the Student Success Center from 22-23. We had 2,100 visits to the tutoring center with a total of 4,477 study hours. Laptop checkouts were 586 and calculator checkouts 380. We also offer tutor.com, which is a 24/7 tutoring website, 873 students engaged in tutor.com. A recent success story, we recently heard from a 21-year-old nurse education major and a mother of a 2-year-old who graduated high school in 2021, but was unable to immediately start college. She worried about her TSI scores, but was determined to do well.
She worked with our peer tutors prior to enrolling and earned college-level scores in all areas. She is now a very proud Viking. Our veteran services. Del Mar College is a designated military-friendly school. The military schools designation is awarded by Victoria Media, the top 15% of colleges and universities and trade schools in the country that are doing the most to embrace military students and dedicate resources to ensure their success in the classroom and after graduation. DMC Veteran Services does this by offering veteran-specific career fairs, resume reviews, events, and recognition ceremonies. The Veterans Resource Center offers an exclusive space for veteran students to study, lounge, and enjoy a lunch or snack break. The space is equipped with computers, a refrigerator, a microwave, snacks, coffee, television, soft seating, study space. It's really kind of a home away from home for them. Veteran Services also provide professional development to campus community on matters that are unique to veterans and active service member. In 2022-2023, we provided educational benefits to 1,358 student veterans and dependents. That's a 5% increase over the previous year. And finally, we have Vikings Care and Valdar's Market. To support the basic needs of the Del Mar College community, the Student Engagement and Retention Division curated community resources and paired them with campus resources. These resources can be easily accessed 24/7 at delmar.edu/vikingscare. Resources for childcare, financial assistance, healthcare, transportation, and much more are now available in one location and at our fingertips. Vikings Care, since its creation in November of 2022, has had 3,454 unique individuals viewing the page. Since 2018, with the support and advocacy of our Student Government Association, the DMC Food Pantry now has locations at Heritage, Windward, and Oso Creek campuses. To minimize the stigma associated with food insecurity, the food pantry is now known as Valdar's Market. Students can shop privately twice monthly and receive up to 35 pounds of food each visit. Valdar's Market each year has supported an average of 841 students, distributed an average of 41,000 pounds of groceries to reduce food insecurity for approximately 2,523 Viking household members. Altogether, Student Engagement and Retention offers a wraparound approach to supporting students through to completion. So we are Viking proud. Questions?
I don't have a question. I'm just going to say, wow. Thank you for that comprehensive report. I know it's helpful for all of us to be reminded of all the work that has been done out there. That we've had the conversation in bits and pieces around this table, but I don't know that we've had this kind of comprehensive report in a couple of years. So we really appreciate all that you're doing. Are there questions? Thank you.
All right,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our college president's report. Dr. Escamilla.
Yes,
May
ma'am.
I-
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. May I recognize our difference makers?
Please.
Yes. So if y'all can stand up, this is a leadership team and for the Student Engagement and Retention. I asked them to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. We appreciate it. Dr. Escamilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two dates that I would like to, well, actually one date that I'd like to recognize and two events that'll be coming up that'll really tally up my report nicely. On December 15th, two things will be occurring, starting with the season celebration at the Thresk Grace Community Room at Oso Creek campus, and that'll be at 11 a.m. And so we encourage everyone to come by and take in all kinds of holiday calories. So it'll be a lot of fun. The other one is later that evening at 7 o'clock will be our fall graduation ceremony at American Bank Center. I have some numbers for you. So far, 518 graduates, prospective graduates have applied for 645 awards, degrees, and certificates. And also so far, 395 individuals have signed up to participate. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for Dr. Escamilla? Thank you very much, sir. Staff reports. We have a slew of staff reports today. Ms. Keys is going to kick us off.
Yes, thank you very much.
You'll put the first.
Here we go. I'd like to introduce Randy Almaguer with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. Randy's here today to present an update on our tax abatements. Randy, thank you. And, oh, by the way, Mike Culberson is here in the back. So.
Mr. Culberson, you came home from vacation just for us?
Just in time at that. Yeah, I got the notice right before he left. You'll be presenting this. I kind of put myself in the dark there, and Lenora was like, hey, do you have the presentation? I'm like, what presentation? So then I got up to speed. Anyways, I'm here again, Randy Almaguer, Compliance Officer with the EDC. I got brought on back in June, actually. Prior to that, I was with the city, some familiar faces. Libby I've worked with when I was with the city, doing nonprofit during COVID. Of course, Councilman Garza with the TERS and City Council. I believe Dr. Escamilla even trading emails back and forth, but here's a name to the face. Again, if y'all need anything, let me know. So, am I driving? Okay. Okay, here we go. So compliance, what do? We provide compliance for everybody. City of Corpus, County, San Pat County, of course, Del Mar College, Drainage District, Type A and B boards. As you know, Type A with economic development, that's already expired. I think the last one was the process technology. Back in August, we did compliance on that one. In September, actually, that was about 2.4 million. Came in with the last invoice. Again, compliance was conducted. They ended up having Del Mar College leaving $77 out of that 2.4 million on the table there. So that went back to fund balance. The Type B projects, those just got passed earlier this year in September. The one I'm most excited about is that Cyber Center that actually got passed now, and I actually got a tour over here with Dan, and just seeing that department and what it looks like. Wow, it's like the one-stop shop for these small businesses. I think Cyber Center is going to be huge for these small businesses. The resource provided for that, I can see that coming back again and asking for even more funds to help these businesses. Let's see here. So when conducting compliance, we're looking at all the agreements and how we do this. We use standard documents to do that. Of course, you know, the 941s and 940s. 941s are submitted quarterly, you know, payroll. 940s are annually. These are the components using when performing that compliance, audited financials. The big one is the TWC reports, you know, that's submitted. You know, when you're looking at these tax abatements, you're looking at, you know, what's put in there is total capital investment, how many jobs are created. And when you're looking at the jobs, you want to know how many, you know, is going to be put in there within the city or the county, and you want to make sure that they're in there to meet that compliance. So when we get that report, you know, you may see somebody that's on the payroll here and they're outside in Houston. So we need to make sure when we're doing that, our due diligence, doing that compliance. We also review the company's assertions, and then once all that's compiled, we're either putting together a compliance packet or an annual report and submitting to the president. So here are the two existing agreements right now. We have CC Polymers and Epic Y-Grade. I was looking at the last presentation we gave. Madam Chair here actually had a question about the tiers and how the percentages are for both. So for CC Polymers is a 10-year tax abatement, and the first 5 years is at 100%. The 6th year at 0%, the 7th year at a 42 point, and it goes on 1.4%. And years 8 through 10, you got 8 at 50, 45, and 40. Now, with that said, from 2019 through 24, there are floor amounts associated to those years. So if it's not reached, they have to pay the difference. So those are already set. So that's how the CC Polymers is on their tax abatement. And then for Epic Y, it's not a 10-year. They're I want to say an 8 years. So the first 3 years and up to amount, the construction at 100%, and then the next 5 years at 50%. And as you can see, the years they started, you know, the investment, you know, how many jobs are created. So here are the tax abatements for both. As you can see, it's just high level here. You know, when they were approved, they actually both end next year. The investment, the actual investment for both is a total of $869 million. When construction began and when production started and when production starts, as you can see, Epic Y has been rolling and going, and CC Polymers will start next year. So here are the taxes over the 10-year period. Why do we do incentives? You know, we do incentives to incentivize people to come here. As you can see, without the investment, it'd be at $78,000, and taxes with investment at $18 million. And you say, well, why don't we just, they come here anyways, and it could be at $24 million, and it wouldn't be that way. The atmosphere right now, what we're seeing, is just so competitive of what's going on outside of the city, outside of the county, you know, other, you know, Houston, and then you got different states competing for these industries to go over there. Mike mentioned last year, you know, talking about, you know, one of the governors was going to, you know, take over a project to make sure they come there, be the project manager over a governor over a state, you know, over a specific project. That's how competitive it's got. And based on, since I've been here in June, you see how competitive it is for businesses, you know, talking about hydrogen companies might be coming here, you know, things like that. And you're talking about, you know, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars of investment, you know, creations of, you know, 200 jobs. You're talking about, you know, 75,000 salaries. So these are good paying jobs for people. And why is that so important? Well, Del Mar College, you know, offers just great programs in industrial technology and what that does. So, you know, it's going to feed through here, and they're going to go work at these companies. They're going to start a family. You know, they're going to buy a property. They're going to buy a car. They're going to raise a family. You know, I've been here 39 years. You know, I'm not leaving anywhere. You know, I have a 16-year-old. I have 4 kids, 16 to 6, and my 16-year-old doesn't seem like she wants to get a 4-year degree. I'm saying, that's okay, you know, at this time, these kids, all the pressure they get, you know. I said, there's options, you know. Del Mar College has great programs. I said, let's take a look. We went on the website, you know, and it's easy to navigate. You go see what starting pays are at. This is how much you can make an hour. And I'm like, wow, you know, is that how much you make, Dad? I said, well, that's another story. We'll talk about that another time, you know. But get started, you know, and they're in the workforce, you know. They're contributing to society. So, you know, just giving options, you know, talking about things like that. You know, same thing with those Type B programs.
So, Randy, you may not be able to answer, or are you going to respond to what's happening with M&G or CC Polymers?
Yes, Lenora,
Yeah.
if that question came up, I wanted to take that.
Thank you very much for asking. We are just now in conversations, actually, as of last Friday, with the management at M&G, and we've talked to Mike about what's going on, and not M&G, it's CC Polymers right now.
Right.
They've come to us, and you'll be getting more information, and we'll probably be putting a presentation together for the February meeting. And this is in transit right now, as far as what's happening over there.
Okay.
And that was the slide, just a refresher on how it went from M&G to CC Polymers and the joint venture. That concludes my presentation. Any
The other
questions?
question that I have, and you may not have the answer today, so in the taxes over 10-year period, the numbers, I think we have the same information, it's just in a little bit different format.
Mm-hmm.
So Epic Y-grade, so they've been operational since 2020. Are those actual taxes, or was that still, does that track along with actual?
Actuals?
Yeah.
Yes, we're tracking actuals.
So that $3.8 million is actual numbers, not projected or estimated numbers?
I believe so.
I see, I knew you had the...
They are actual, Mike Culberson, they are actual numbers as of today.
Okay.
And then we go out all the way. So every time the appraisal district changes their thing, we put that in the model, and then we depreciate it going forward.
Gotcha. Do we have any other questions for Randy or Mike?
Those are our actuals or everybody's actuals?
So everything that we have a real true number for, we use that number. But these are over a 10-year period, so they have another 3 years to go.
Okay.
So those are.
But that's at our tax rate or everybody's tax rate?
That's your tax rate.
Okay.
It's only talking about you.
right.
You are ours today.
Okay.
The numbers relate to Del Mar College. Thank you. Any other questions for Randy or Mike? Thank you all for being here. Randy, we do this annually because as we have considered tax abatements over the years, we thought it was always wise to come back and say, okay, here's what we talked about originally, how is it playing out? And this one slide right here is you could probably do the whole presentation in this one slide. Here's what was projected and here's where we are, so, yep.
Okay.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just think hydrogen and steel.
That's the next. All right. And thank you, Ms. Keys, for serving as our representative on the EDC board. We appreciate that connection. Our next staff report is from Dr. Villarreal on our strategic plan, our current strategic plan. Last month was our next strategic plan. This is our current strategic plan.
Yes, the two trains.
Two trains.
Madam Chair, Dr. Escamilla, Regents, good afternoon. So today's agenda is going to provide you with a brief overview of the 2019-2024 strategic planning process, and then how the college is progressing specifically with Goal 2 in that process. After today's update on Goal 2, you're going to continue receiving updates throughout June of 2024 for this current plan. And then in August, we're going to wrap up the 2019-24 plan and move forward with the launch of the next plan. The next two slides of yours are probably out of order, so bear with me here. So for Aspire, Engage, and Achieve. So in October, you received information on Goal 1, which as you can see is completion. So for Del Mar College with completion, our intention is to create pathways for students to achieve all of their educational goals. So the college looks at a variety of measures when it comes to completion. So when we talked in October about Goal 1, we discussed data around transfer rates, dual credit, matriculation, and graduation. So for today, for Goal 2, we're going to specifically focus on recruitment and persistence. So recruitment, right? A student's timeline from the time they show initial interest in the college to the time that they're enrolled. And then persistence is when a student has the ability to stay through the college and achieve what their specific individual goal is. So today I'd like to spend about 10 minutes just discussing the current data we have for Goal 2. So the key performance indicators, again, the KPIs. You've heard about these over and over again. These are the measures that we choose on how we're going to evaluate ourselves. So specifically with recruitment and persistence, we're looking at these 4 key performance indicators. Enrollment, our number of Pell Grant recipients, how many of our students are returning from one fall to the next, and then our student classification. Do our students complete enough hours to return as sophomores? So for us, as faculty and staff, we're asking, did we expand enough and promote opportunities to recruit our traditional students and our non-traditional students? So looking at KPI, student enrollment. So in previous reports to the board, you've had separate slides, right, on credit, enrollment headcount, and continuing education headcount. So the next few slides, I'm going to give you that previous way of reporting, and then the third slide, I'll show you the new style of data that we presented to you last month. So if you look at fall credit headcount, okay, from 2019 to 2023, you can see that we are down slightly from last year. And this is our fall head count along with the summer flex. So those few courses at the end of the summer that roll over. If you look at our continuing education head count, you can see that there's a slight change trending upward with our continuing education. Now, if you remember from the last presentation that VP Dominguez gave you, she showed you, right, that our academic calendar year for credit and our continuing education calendar year or a little bit off. And so what you see when we move on to transitioning the way HB 8 is looking at head count and contact hours, this is the new way that you're starting to receive your information. So if we look at all of our students, credit and continuing education, the college headcount as a whole is up 6% from the previous year. So in the next few years, you're going to start getting that data from us, trending within the 5 years using these metrics. So this is headcount. Let's move on to contact hours. So our contact hours are up by almost 2% for the 2023 fall. With the new method of counting our contact hours from the state, which is taking different student educational attainments into account. So because of that, thank you for everybody's hard work in advocating at the state legislature and Dr. Escamilla and Chair Scott. This leads to a 1.9 increase in contact hours.
I realize this is all relatively new, and as we're transitioning, will we get to the point where we can look at our comparative data with our peer institutions in the same vein?
Yes.
Okay.
So everybody received a spreadsheet with how much they were getting based on the current emergency rules for 2024. So as we move forward and VP Dominguez and Dr. DeVeta continue on the rulemaking for the state, we'll start getting more clear-cut rules probably at the end of spring, and then start being able to collect set data based on HB 8.
Okay.
So when we asked ourselves, who are our students and why they are attending Del Mar College? Our student intent. This is something that we've been talking about for a few years that we've really been wanting to collect data on. So as you can see here, over half of our Del Mar College students are here to earn credits, to transfer, and to earn an associate's degree. Continuing with KPI 1, which is still focusing on student recruitment, when an individual applies to a Texas public institution, they fill out the Apply Texas Common Application. If you remember back in the day, you'd have to send an application into every different Texas university. Now there's one common application for every public institution here. So it streamlines the process for our students. So using that data from Apply Texas, the college has been able to see where our students, where they're coming from and where they're going. So as you can see, still over half of our students are that high school graduate that's coming into the college.
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't mean that they're coming directly from high school, but they have at least a high school degree?
That is correct. On the application, they're noticing that they do have a high school degree, yes, but they may not be coming directly from K-12. We've also been looking at our students who are receiving Pell Grants. So we had hoped to have a 3% increase in the number of students who are receiving Pell Grants. And as of right now, the college has not been able to meet that threshold and increase by 3% of every year. So in 2022, as you can see, we had over 4,200 students who did receive that federal Pell Grant, which does not have to be repaid. But I did want to show you the next slide, because when this KPI was discussed in 2019, we were looking at that 2018 to 2020 trend where we were significantly increasing those numbers. And then we had the pandemic. So as of right now, our target is not reached, but we are looking at what we are going to do in the next 5 years to start achieving that goal for Pell Grants. We're hoping, if you remember, in the 87th legislative session, the state passed a law saying that students, high school seniors, had to fill out the financial aid application. There are waivers, and some students and parents do opt out. But we are hoping to see that because of that, that first cohort was spring of 22, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was passed in like the 85th or something.
85th,
and then they
okay.
gave, or the 86th, and then they gave a couple of years.
Yes.
It started.
Spring of 22,
Yes,
when the boys.
so they had
yeah.
some lead time. So it goes further back than that somewhat.
We also have increased staff members who have been working in financial aid in the high schools as well as part of our strategies and processes to increase this number. So we are looking at ways that we can start increasing this number again and getting students that aid that they need. However, if you look at our head count of our number of students who are receiving financial aid, that number has increased, which means that more of our students are receiving financial aid in order to support their educational goals. So that is actually a really positive thing that we're excited to see. Does anybody have any questions on that?
I'm trying to remember the motivation for that Pell Grant number. Was it because had we done some work to show that we had eligible students who just weren't accessing Pell? I had forgotten why we came out with that specific marker.
I'm going to ask Vice President Benavides Dominguez to come up, but yes, I believe so. I think that still remains the case.
We have a tuition incentive called the TAG program, similar to what other institutions offer. The caveat for Del Mar is that the student has to sign up for at least 9 hours. If you're eligible for any, even the lowest level percentage of Pell Grant, we will cover all your educational tuition and fees. So I think this year we've averaged, I think it was about 60,000 that we helped students with the TAG program.
Yep, so it remains the same. Yeah, the need remains there for some reason. There's just so much Pell money, if you will, that's left on the table by our students, and there's just been a history of lack of access to it. We keep trying to figure that out. We keep trying to increase those numbers, and we're doing, as you can see, we're doing better overall. But for some reason, Pell is not.
All our outreach coordinators are going out there.
We hired specific.
Crack that nut.
Yeah, we've hired specific. I remember going back to Coach Salinas' request years ago where we had specific people. He asked about that, and we moved forward with a recommendation that we researched and thought would be good, but it continues to be a body of work.
It wasn't a comment on lack of effort. I was just trying to remember 5 years ago in these discussions why we focused on Pell.
Is there an economic criteria for Pell Grants?
Sorry. The economic criteria for Pell Grant, what is it?
I do not know that, but I can get back to you.
Well, it varies. It varies by amount.
And household, the amount of household income. So you have to be a U.S. citizen, you have to be attending an education, higher education institution that's accredited, and then you also have to demonstrate the financial need, which again, depending on your household and how many people on your household, that number varies.
So it could be a partial award, which means a few relatively scant dollars, or it can be a full Pell award, which is quite substantial.
There are financial thresholds. And that's going to change. That's going to increase with the new Pell amount. That's going to increase, and we're not going to know probably that until February. They have not. The DOE has not released what are the new. It's going to increase, and it's going to change, but we still haven't been told how much more it's going to change. Right now, a person receiving full Pell is getting in a year about 73, I think 95. That's divided between fall and spring.
So the cost of the education, is that a factor that goes into determining eligibility for Pell?
Yes, the full cost of attending here at Del Mar is part of that formula. Yes,
so each year we've been raising tuition. Are we keeping track of students who may become eligible because of the increased tuition costs?
No, I think he was asking, does how much we charge affect how much they get from Pell, and no, it doesn't.
Or eligibility?
No, it doesn't.
We have a cost of attendance rate that is adjusted with whatever increases that occur, but Pell will always be at that threshold of award. But when students are awarded Pell, we also award them other aid like state grant aid, other awards, scholarship. So it all balances out.
So I also want to add that
The short answer is yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, your microphone.
My understanding is actually Pell also goes to private university students, TCU, Baylor, so I guess the cost of the college may not be the main criteria, but it's probably one of the criteria. My question to you is, does the first generation student get any preference or eligibility for Pell?
With Pell Grant, no. Of course, there are other scholarships and grant opportunities for our first-generation students, but not within the federal financial aid regulations for Pell. And as VP Dominguez was alluding to, it came out in the news a few weeks ago that they are changing the financial aid application. And so it's coming out later this year for our students. So that is going to affect our faculty and staff, but we're working on it to ensure that we're right on target with when our students get their information in and what we can give to them.
A new and streamlined and supposedly simpler.
That's the rumor. I'm not going to, yes.
To be determined.
Yes, they've been working on that at the federal level for a really long time. So.
Sorry about hijacking your presentation. I'll let you continue.
That's okay. So we're going to move on. There's a couple of more KPIs. KPI 3 is persistence. Again, do our students continue once they are here? And so when you look at this chart, this is very different because it's specifically that first time in college student, right, that's attending full time. So it's a snapshot of our students. And we are meeting the threshold for increasing those number of students who return to Del Mar for the first at the 1-year persistence rate and the 2-year persistence rate. Where we need to continue to work on, if you can see our targets were more aligned with our peers were in 2019. So we are going to reevaluate that and see what we need to do in order to meet that target, and if we need to change it in the next plan. It was really interesting to hear Dr. Ayala-Maynard talk about her journey at Del Mar, and she talked about developmental education. And you really can't talk about student persistence and completion without looking at our numbers in developmental education. So these next 3 slides are just going to give you a quick snapshot of that. So when a student wants to attend Del Mar College, they have to take what's called the TSI, which is the Evaluation of College Readiness, and it determines what level of courses that you're going to start at. So for example, if a student comes in and takes the assessment and the score indicates that the individual might need additional instruction to support, for example, college math, then they have to then go into a different set of educational instruction so that can prepare them for their college math. So what you see here is students who increased their knowledge and moved on to the math academic courses within 2 years. So we have met our target substantially in the math area, although our target is at 30%. So our Development Education Council is continuing working on that and looking on areas that we need to improve. The other area is also in reading. So same scenario with reading courses. We have not met our targets yet. And so as you can see, we're looking at 2 years. So that fall of 2019 cohort are the numbers you're seeing in 22. And then lastly, our writing numbers. So you saw the spike from 2017 to 2018. There was a significant change in the assessment that year. And that really changed the information that the students were supposed to know and understand for this assessment. And so, again, our developmental education group continues to work on that because these really are students that, again, they could be our next Professor Emeritus here at the college. So we want to ensure that they're all getting what they need to get to those academic courses.
I know that you all slice and dice this and that you're trying to give us a big overview, but that kind of drop just has to make you stand out. So I'm trying to parse out, are these students coming out of high school and the TSI matches what they're doing in high school, or are these students who have been out for a while and have to pass a TSI to come back to Del Mar?
It's both.
It's both. Okay.
It's all of the above.
It's all of them, and the state recognizes, and I've had this conversation with Commissioner Keller, the state recognizes that TSI has become more challenging to all who are taking this. So this will correlate, come on, Patricia, this will correlate with statewide data.
And also the data coming out of COVID and student learning from the high school. You know, there's a learning curve there with the COVID challenges that have come in.
So two things. Students having the situation of going through school during COVID and then coming out of that into a more rigorous test. And so you have a double whammy on the group. In fact, that was discussed in Austin several times.
But this is fall of 2019, so this was prior to COVID.
So the change of it and
Was in 2017.
Right.
yeah,
Change
but-
of the
but
test.
That's when the change came, and I think it's the other way around. And it went
learning
into-
loss.
And the learning loss. That's what I was looking for. The learning loss even compounded it even further.
Gotcha.
So it's going to go down even more, is what they're anticipating.
What percentage, because this is unprepared students who satisfy TSI requirements, what percentage of our incoming students are unprepared?
So we have approximately 70% of our students that have to take one or more of the developmental education courses when they start at Del Mar College. So that could be math, reading, or writing, or all of them.
Okay, so that number has fluctuated, or is that pretty steady?
That one's been pretty steady.
Okay. Now, I guess there's some, so it's 70%, and that the 30% includes those who are exempt from the requirements?
30% includes the ones who are exempt.
It could,
Because there's some that don't have to take it because they're exempt. Like if you're a veteran, you don't have to take it. Like, or 3 years, within 3 years, you don't have to take it.
Right.
So is the 70% of all of our students, or is it just the ones who?
So those who test.
Those who test, 70%, okay. But do we have any idea, like, what percentage, like, are we having any change in exemption numbers? Okay.
And this does not include our dual credit students, again, because some of our dual credit students are taking high level, have already gone through the TSI in high school as well in order to take college level courses. So this does not include
If they're
students.
participating in credit,
In credit, yes, sir.
In credit, dual credit,
Yes.
then the assumption is that they have successfully satisfied TSI.
Yes.
Okay, so if you took, for instance, if we didn't have dual credit and those students showed up freshman year, they would have to take it. But if they're doing dual credit, they're exempt, and so.
No.
If they're doing dual credit, they've already taken the exam.
They've already taken it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, great.
They took the exam first in order to take a credit course.
Okay, great. What is the discussion on how to get, I mean, I assume if you haven't passed this, you can't take a college level course in that subject, and therefore you can't get an associate's? Is that true, or, I mean, what is the net effect of not being able to
Well, you
take the
can't,
college
depending
course?
on where the lack of, well, depending on where the need is,
Yeah.
where they're not able to pass entry-level requirements of the test, they're not able to enroll for those classes.
Right.
On the credit side, and even to attain certain AAS degrees as well.
To attain a degree, they have to pass
yeah,
TSI,
to-
but
yeah.
certificate level ones, most of them do not require TSI.
Yeah, those are the building blocks of those workforce credentials and so forth. But basically, for any associate's degrees, you won't be able to. You'll hit a ceiling.
You need all three.
At some point.
Yeah.
Yes.
At some point, you do have to get out and get into the academic courses to start that associate's degree clock.
Now,
is
on
what-
the,
yeah.
on the continuing education side, that you can get the certifications on that side, and that's where the bar has kind of widened, if you will, theoretically speaking, and they are able to participate in just about all of those courses on the CE side.
It'd be interesting to look at some of our non-completion students and see what percentage of them have been unable to pass a TSI.
Well, that's been.
And that is the holdup.
Yeah, well, that's been it for a long time, and so that's where the state has recognized it kind of contradicts itself in that it made TSI more rigorous, and I'm just going to say flat out more difficult, not necessarily the same word here, to get through when they're trying to, once they realize that the workforce needs, for those students who are being precluded from all these, for these associate degrees, needed opportunities. And that's why the CE came in and the state endorsed that idea to expand opportunities for those students who are not meeting that eligibility and so forth. For the short run and for the long run, in other words, to go to work and then also to come back into the curriculum.
Do we see any patterns in data on what school district or high school students are coming out of?
I believe we have that, right, Patricia?
And do we share that back with the
schools?
Specific
Specific to TSI.
Yeah.
Specific to CSI.
In other words, what school districts are doing what? Is that what you're saying? How the school
Yeah, I
districts
mean,
are pertaining?
I
are
would
we
wanna
sharing
be
that data
really
back to
careful
them
with
saying,
that.
hey, you know,
Yeah, we have all that data, I'm sure,
Yes.
but
So,
All high schools here in the Coastal Bend area have the ability to TSI, and they do TSI. They no longer, very rarely do they access our TSI testing center. So that is electronic, the data.
and that
but do they get
information
the
is
data?
available.
Like, for instance, if there's a high school that their students aren't passing it, are they getting that data from us or somebody else?
They're getting it from, they have the ability to
Okay.
look at their own data.
And all that data would be housed either at TEA or
Yes.
the coordinating board.
yes, the coordinating.
All of that data is available somewhere.
Okay.
Right. And so you bring up a really good point, Regent Loeb. We're talking about the students who do not meet certain criteria to take academic courses that take the TSI, but we don't know how many students take the TSI and then decide they don't want to enroll. I mean, you know.
Let me go back and correct one of the thing, and thank you, Gracie, for sending this, because the TSI changes to the more rigorous only happened in 21. Okay. That's what that happened simultaneously and or in the middle of COVID, actually.
Okay.
That's what that's what I was thinking, and thank you, Gracie, for correcting me on that one. But it is, and it is not as the word is that it's not expected to get any easier for the students, and that data is something the state needs to grapple with and correct. So I'm sorry, it's a little editorial correction there. Thank you.
And so moving forward, I think part of our strategy is really across the college. There's these complex conversations being had in what do we need to do, right? We know that these numbers are significant. It's a large amount of students that we really need to get through. And so at this point right now, as everybody is reevaluating processes and really looking to see where these students need the most support. So.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like this is going to be the issue for us if we're getting paid by the state based on being able to award degrees, you know, or certifications. I mean, if we can't,
that is absolutely
if they can't take the class,
yes,
then
well, remember,
we can't give them a degree.
It's not only degrees, because of the convertibility and the stackability and everything else is what they're looking at, so that the students can be recognized for the gains that they are making, however, at whatever stage along the way. And so you're right. At some point, yes, you're absolutely right. The outcomes ultimately, when you're looking for the ultimate goal of a two-year credential and so forth, it's going to become more and more difficult. But this is our challenge, and we have teams meeting on that, and you'll be hearing
Absolutely.
more about and Dr. Natalie's leading one of those teams at least, about what we expect to do or what we're trying to do to reposition ourselves.
I would say one other thing, and I'll probably get into this a little bit more when we get to the marketing staff presentation, but we don't actually have any KPIs on here on actual recruitment. I mean, our recruitment KPI is how many students are enrolled, not recruiting marketing functions, which I think you all need to.
We currently do not. You're correct. That wasn't part of this plan.
So I think going forward, we need to look at adding some, so we can look at, you know, how many in-person touches are we doing? How many electronic touches are we doing?
Yes.
How many presentations are we doing? How many campus visits, tours are we doing?
Yes, sir. And you'll hear with our new with our new programs and with our new marketing and SEM plans coming in, we're going to be able to start tracking all of that. So I don't want to steal VP Olson's thunder on that, but he is going to talk about that. So yes, thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to leave you with the last KPI 4, which is more sophomores, right? Can we get more freshmen as sophomores? And you can see here, this does not include our dual credit students. A freshman is anybody who's got less than 30 semester credit hours earned. And then that sophomore is the 31 to 72 semester credit hours, only credit. And so as you can tell that we are still having major challenges in this area, this is all the same arena that we are really focused on and looking at. So we have a lot more work to do in this area for sure. So Dean Hernandez talked a lot about what's going on in student affairs within student success. She discussed the Center for Access and Advocacy, the Student Success Center. And so these strategies are examples of what the 2019-2024 plan put into place, 5 years ago. And so you've got everything on here from marketing to advising and how we work with our students and our processes. So right now, what we're doing as we're looking at the data from this plan, we're trying to see what strategies and KPIs do we need to retain from this plan and carry it forward for the next 5 years, and what do we need to completely change. So you'll be seeing that soon. So in conclusion, what are we really doing right now? We've talked a few things in the last few minutes about some of the strategies and some of the conversations that we're having on these complex issues. So you're starting to hear about strategic enrollment management and that plan that's coming, the strategic marketing plan in college relations, and then the new overall strategic plan that's going to launch in 24-29. So through the work of Vice President Keys and her office, the college is currently engaged in working teams that are already looking at the areas and processes in order to launch new strategies. So we are not waiting till fall of 2024 to start the work. That might be when the plan officially launches, but we've already gotten, ahead and started having these very serious conversations about the areas that we really need to focus on. So. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment as we move forward.
Yes.
That I have I tend to put everybody on one big monolithic group of students. And so what I am realizing that these 3 or 4 or 5 big buckets of students, we can't have one strategy. We have to understand of our 50% of our students from your previous slide who are coming to us directly from high school. Over 50% of our college continue to be high school graduates. Of those 50%, how many of them have already passed TSI? So we meaning you all, really understanding and helping us govern based on those big buckets of students. They're not all one kind of student. And so yes. I really want us to be more sophisticated and more intentional in those big buckets. Again, I don't want to describe 97 different kinds of students that we have in our, or 9,700 different students that we have. I want us to really think about what are the big programs, where are the students coming from into those programs, what are their challenges coming in, and how are we supporting them in those lights? So that's the kind of sophistication I'd like to see in our next plan that really drills down on big programs, where those students coming from, how do we get them to achieve their goal in record time.
Absolutely, and we have been listening, and we do agree there needs to be a more concerted effort around several different types of groups. We can't try to help everybody and then not help anybody, right? Or we can't help just one group. So we are looking at the data right now. So in the spring, when you start seeing the new 24-29 plan, you're gonna see KPIs and strategies that are going to revolve around that. But it really is going to take the strategic enrollment management plan, the marketing plan, the data from our new CRM, and all of us working together, which I'm really proud to say is what we're doing right now. So. Moving on, so we're in fall of 2023. In the spring, you're going to receive the rest of these data points for goals 3 through 6. And then we will also be doing that workshop to give you that first look at the draft for the next plan. And then you'll have a break in the summer, and then the fall I'll be back, and we'll be closing out this current plan and launching the new 2024-29 plan. So, does anybody have any questions? Thank you so much for your time. Yes, sir.
I've got one more. I think one thing to really look at, the thing that kind of jumped out at me was only 10% of our students are coming in thinking they're going for a certificate, but at the end of 2 years, our delivery in terms of how many of them can actually get an associate's or get a transfer is much higher. So I think we either need to do a better job, I think we need to do a better job getting them to be able to pass the TSI, but also we might need to do a better job on selling the certificate programs as an interim step to those students, because they're coming in thinking that they can get something and they're not being able to achieve it.
Yes, sir. And that comes within when that student first comes into contact with us. We have, what I've learned in the past years, phenomenal advisors who are working with our students. And so they, they have to meet them, they have to get to know their needs, and then help them navigate that very carefully, right? We don't want to deny anybody the right to attend something. However, there are some priorities that, we could shift a student towards. And that is what you're talking about, that stackable, those stackable credits where you can start here and really work your way up. And our Pathways model for the past few years has really prioritized that, and we're continuing that work as well in this process. So yes, absolutely.
And I don't totally understand why we don't roll the dual credit students into that data, but it seems like maybe it's just tracked separately or something like that. But I'd like to see either them combined or the dual credit alongside that, so we can see, is there a...
That starts with federal definitions that don't even allow us to consider a dual credit student a college student. It's the strangest darn thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Villarreal. And so this is a great segue for Mr. Olson to give us our strategic marketing plan overview. Preview.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Escamilla, Regents, for giving me a chance to give you a preview of what's to come in our strategic marketing plan that's coming up. We're calling it Aligning Marketing with a Dynamic Landscape and Funding Model. In simple terms, the environment has changed drastically, and we need to not only keep up with that new environment, but we need to become leaders in marketing in that new environment. So, by nature, this is a preview of the plan. The full plan's going to be available in February, March. We have so much data right now that we've been accumulating from workshops that have been going on over the last couple of months. But important themes have emerged. That's what I want to share with you today. What are some of the strategies, the directions we're going that are going to fundamentally change the way that we communicate with prospective students? The presentation will not cover a lot of areas within college relations that do terrific work. This is going to really focus on the things where we can make a huge difference in enrollment and in getting Del Mar's name out there in the years to come. So in summary, what I'm going to be talking about is for us to continue to build on the success that we've had so far, moving forward in the future, we really need to focus on 5 things. And we've talked about some of these things today. We've talked about them in the workshop recently. Number 1, we have to relate to our prospective students with a very clear value proposition, a very clear, attractive value proposition. We talked about understanding who the students are and having empathy and knowing what the barriers are in their lives. We have to market a value proposition that's different than everyone else, that's appealing to those students. Second, we need to do a lot of automation, and we need to add in layers of AI to help us with the resources that we have so that we can reach a wider audience more effectively. Third, we need to market these stacked credentials that we were just talking about, right? There's many different products to help people achieve their dreams at Del Mar, but lots of them work together. So up front, we need to show students pathways that involve multiple credentials to get to where they're going. Fourth, we need to simplify the onboarding experience for new students. We need to take a real hard look from the moment we see a student, prospective student, raise their hand to the moment they're enrolling, pull all the different units together that are doing great work individually, and create a process map, an optimized process map that can be simplified then so that the student can move through it swiftly and get here to Del Mar and get started. And fifth, we need to engage with the community in a big way. And we have some new opportunities since we've been centralizing events here at Del Mar to really capture larger audiences and get them onto campus. So those are the 5 steps that I'm going to be talking about moving forward. I wanted to just show this because it shows the wide variety you were talking about, Chair Scott, of students that we have, everything from chefs to mechanics to firefighters to students walking out onto the stage, or in English and philosophy, or line workers. So we have a lot to think about there, right? But as we think about them, it wouldn't be wise of us to divide all of our marketing dollars equally and put an equal amount towards each program, because that would have a lesser effect overall, right? What we need to do with our marketing resources is market that value proposition. Because one thing that all of those students, whether you're a firefighter or whether you're going to be a cosmetologist, all of them have one thing in common, and that's that they all share a dream of an outcome. And that's what we're here to do, right? Is to provide them a path, a return on investment to get them to that outcome. So moving forward, the marketing strategy that we're going to employ, that you're going to see a lot more of in the months to come, is based on these personal and authentic stories that span across all those different credentials and departments that tell relatable stories of success here at Del Mar. We're going to market outcomes, and it's going to align really well with our differentiator. And that's because in a time when people are asking, is college worth it? We happen to be at a place where it really is, because we offer an opportunity to achieve your objective quickly with less debt through a program that is now very intentionally aligned with workforce and outcomes. That is a really strong value proposition, and not everyone in our region has that to be able to say authentically. So we're going to shout it from the rooftops. What we're doing now is very effective at creating awareness, right? At driving interest. I have reports that say we're up 14% year over year last year in creating interest and driving traffic to the website. I have reports on how many students are visiting the website, how many clicks the ads get, the click-through rates. But what we don't have right now is a way to reach out to all of those students who have kind of raised their hand and said they're interested, and then bring them here to Del Mar and walk them through the door through a simplified process. So that's a missed opportunity, right? To reach out to somebody we know is interested and to get them here to Del Mar. So this is the most fundamental change that we're going to have in the coming months. And we've already pieced together some of these elements without the CRM, but when it comes online in March, the key difference is that we're going to generate leads, meaning every advertisement, every landing page that we have, some of our social media posts, they're going to have a short form on them. You know, your name, your phone number, your email address, and prospective students are going to fill those out. And when they do, we're going to start getting them through automation all the things they need to know through texts, emails, phone calls, social media, events. And the big differentiator in there besides the automation is the phone calls. We're going to add a personal level of service on the very front end for every prospective student, and ultimately we'd like to reach out to those prospective students within hours of them filling out one of those forms when they're sitting at their computer and say, hey, we heard you were interested in Del Mar. We'd love to tell you what to expect, what some of the things are on the checklist that you might be able to check off, and what kind of information we're going to be sharing with you in the weeks and months to come. So that kind of automation combined with the personal touch is what's going to get students here to Del Mar with confidence. And it's going to do a lot of other things too that we're going to talk about in a minute.
May I ask a question about
Yes.
that before we move on? Is there, through AI, also the potential for live chat when they're on the website?
Sure, and I believe we have some of those capabilities now with the Ask Valdar that appears on the website. And there will be additional opportunities. I think on here I mentioned one that I've employed in the past where we've turned the mascot into an AI chatbot that then reaches out to students proactively so that we can find out what some of the barriers are. And you'd be amazed what a student or prospective student will tell a mascot that they won't tell a human being on the phone. We can find out all kinds of things that way. But yes, when they come to us, we want to be able to answer those questions with AI, and we also want to be proactive reaching out. We pieced together some forms, 2 forms that we put online just about 3 weeks ago, and that's just a taste of what the CRM will be like. And we already have hundreds of leads coming in that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And so we're sending them some automated messages without the benefit of the CRM to drive them to enrollment events on campus that admissions is hosting. So this is really going to open up the door to a new pipeline and really help drive enrollments moving forward. So through AI and through automation, we're going to be able to, I think, extend our resources, but we have to remember that the human touch, the people that know Del Mar, need to follow up and talk to all of these prospects and really tell them what's special about Del Mar and get them in through the door. So automation is the second step that's very important. The third, we talked about stacking. Now, largely, we have many, many programs that can help a student achieve their goal, but they're mostly offered kind of a la carte. A lot of them work really well together. If somebody comes here for an associate's, but they can't get into the associate's, there might be a skills award and certificate that can lead them down that path and prepare them for it. And then it can then send them through the associate's to a bachelor degree. So when a student comes to us, a prospective student, we need to present that whole journey with multiple credentials, just so they can at least be thinking about their future in a more holistic way. So instead of 5 different doors, what are all the different floors that you can stop on the way up? And once and the Pathways Committee has done terrific work mapping these credential maps, so now we're just going to market them, right? So they've made the work much easier for us. So as we market those different pathways, we can really build out on this. We can tell prospective students what the salary expectations might be along the way if they decide to stop out after a certification or after an associate's degree, but encourage them through the CRM now in an automated fashion to keep moving along, to keep moving forward towards that future. And we're going to also ask them right up front when they get that first phone call, what's your dream? Because there's been a lot of equity built in the word dream here at Del Mar, and we hear it all the time. If a student shares that information with us, we can then present them one of these pathways, one of these maps, and reinforce it over and over through personal and automation. So we're also going to work very closely, and this is a college-wide workshop we're going to be doing in January, but we're really partnering closely with admissions and enrollment management to simplify the whole experience for our prospective students when they come in. We often hear in the strategic planning surveys that were deployed that, you know, the advising and registration need to be looked at. But when you drill down, what you see is often advisors are having to help students with very basic things, you know, vaccinations or transcripts or whatever it might be. The addition of this new front-end call center should be able, if we map it properly, to help get a lot of that stuff out of the way, so an optimized model will allow advisors to do the advising and the registration team to do their thing. So if we can create this process map involving everybody, including faculty that are doing this advising, folks from admissions, financial aid, it's going to be a huge benefit. So we begin that work in January.
I tell you, from my perspective on not just student enrollment, but on a number of things, when you ask a student or ask a prospective student, what questions do you have? They might not know what questions they should have. And so by creating easy checklists, by guiding them through, have you thought about these next 3 steps? Or here's a kind of a list of everything that needs to happen. Let's check off what you've already got in play and then figure out what needs to happen next. Because some of our students may not know what they don't know about enrolling in Del Mar.
100%. The conversation we had about Pell earlier, That's the kind of conversation that could be had with prospective students. And that can help drive up some of those numbers as well, because we're creating awareness on a personal level, which through some of the strategic enrollment management workshops towards the SEM plan have told us many people think the students need a liaison almost, like a concierge that can help them figure out all this stuff on the front end. So that's what we're aspiring to build. It'll start small and it'll get bigger, but I think we'll see some big results by having that up front to help the students, because they don't know what they don't know. Lastly, there's some complications that have arisen in the experience from a lack of wayfinding. Our own growth sometimes, when it moves fast, we see these things pop up where students have a hard time finding their way through new facilities. So starting this January, we have a number of collaborations that are going to have more people there to help with the students and with the signage mostly, which has been really a large issue. So that's going to be starting to be solved in January. Lastly, step 5, engage. This is one I'm really excited about. So recently, about a month before I arrived at Del Mar, an events manager was hired, Mark Bowling, and the idea was to kind of centralize and then professionalize a lot of the events that are happening across the campuses. And it's no small job for sure. Mark is now part of the college relations team, and utilizing that in this incredible database that the CRM is going to provide for us, that's going to give us the tools we need to get a lot of interested people here to Del Mar. And one way that we're looking at to do it, we haven't for sure decided on this, but it's being evaluated. We've been talking to another community college, hours to the north of here, that puts on a terrific festival every year, and they get between 6,000 and 8,000 people from the community to the campus. And it's not just aimed at prospective students, it's getting corporate partners, friends, alumni, everybody there. So when the prospective students show up, they really see what their network would look like if they came to Del Mar. And you get all the academic booths set up there as well, so they can get whatever information they need. But we have a number of smaller events that are really building steam right now, like the welding competition that was recently held. By combining some of these different elements we have, we think we can start building towards having a festival. And sponsors will pay for these events, to be there and to be a part of this. So there won't be much expense to Del Mar if we do decide to go in this direction. But it's really important that when prospective students get here, they have an amazing experience. And the college we've been talking to that has been doing this since 2006 said many times when students arrive, they said the first interaction I ever had was when my parents brought me on campus to this festival that you have. So we're looking at some things like that, and we're partnering with different groups on campus to figure out how we could leverage all of our efforts together. So in conclusion, we've got a lot to do. We have a big kind of lift on how we're going to pivot our strategies in general. And then with the strategic marketing plan, how do we layer in all of these KPIs? With the birth of a new CRM, we're going to start seeing how many leads we get. What's the volume? How can we increase it? What's the cost per enrollment? We can find all these different marketing metrics that we don't currently have. So in that plan, we're going to set some aggressive goals for what we want to get to, and we're going to figure out all the ways that we can reach all those segmented audiences through the CRM to help drive enrollment and engagement, working together with other programs. So I wanted to open it up for any questions. I'm sure there will be some.
David?
Somebody else go. I just want to say I think it's great, and I think the idea on the event system is a good idea because we have so many different programs that it's almost like I think we have the capability in each program for them to have events, but they do need marketing help to drive people. And I think being able to match the CRM data and be able to tell a department, hey, we've got 100 people in the database who are interested in your department. We need to have something where they can come and interact with you, because I think we're kind of in this odd place where we are much less expensive for the student than the other options, other than online only. But we have that advantage of also being a personal touch that online or large universities are not. You know, it's like we're a less expensive version of a small college, a small private college. And so I think that is a good pitch for a lot of first-generation college students, you know, because they're intimidated by the idea of going to college. And so I think, yeah, it looks like a good plan. I think it's great.
Right, I think that kind of visibility with the CRM to be able to get RSVPs to events, or at least see who opened those, will give us a chance to really understand who might show up and what we should invest.
I will say I have seen the sponsored posts on Facebook, and to give everybody an example, so I cook at home, and so I occasionally post a picture of something I've cooked, and so then I also look at Del Mar stuff, and so it started serving me cooking videos with a Del Mar sponsored link on them. And I would just say that it would be great if we could do Del Mar. I think we're using somebody else's videos now, but it would be great if we could eventually, you know, do Del Mar students or professors cooking recipe videos for that. But I know we just don't have the content yet. But I mean, that's kind of how sophisticated it can be, is it can pick up what your interests are, and then you get an ad that says, hey, go take classes at Del Mar for this thing that you're interested in and that you're talking about on Facebook or on TikTok or whatever. I don't know if the state lets us be on TikTok now, but yeah, and that way we're not, you know, we can use our marketing face-to-face time for specific things. But yeah, I think that's, I went to LA County and LA Community College have a enrollment system that they are moving towards, where it is when you sign up for high school, you are signing up for LA County Community College, and you have to opt out, not opt in. You have to specifically decide that you are not signing up for community college. And so I just, in terms of how we streamline enrollment, if we're getting 70% of our students are either coming from community or from our dual credit program or high school, you know, we can knock out 70% of our enrollment by enrolling them while they're in high school and possibly use the high school enrollment people rather than our people.
And the strategic marketing plan is looking at really large-scale approaches like that down to finer things. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Also, Jeff, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and myself, you know, we have several media experts and communication experts on the board. I mean, it's a great resource for you to tap into, and I really encourage you to. I mean, this is an exciting time. I mean, you have it really nailed it down, so we just need to make it, you know, as potent as possible to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good work.
Did you have something you want to say?
Jeff, when you get around to naming the event, we're going to have to talk. There's already a Texas Viking Festival, so.
Noted.
Just saying, okay. Give me a call.
Thank you.
Any other comments? My comment is related to what I was talking about earlier and the potential student. And so I wholeheartedly support everything that you talked about today. But when we're talking about driving interest and enrollment, that's folks who have somehow sought us out in some way, shape, or form, liked a video, whatever. I really want to maybe start a little bit earlier than that and be very intentional about identifying our potential students and really understanding on the front end what's our market potential, what is not just based on high school graduates, but based on non-college degree or certificate holding adults, but you know, really understanding what's our market potential here. When we think about demographics and how college age population is declining nationwide, what is it doing specifically in our service area? So that real intersection between what is our potential based on our current trajectory? What is our potential based on some significant changes in our strategy and trajectory? And what could we not possibly achieve, because the numbers frankly aren't going to be there in the college-going population in the next 20 years. I really want us to be thinking about that potential market and how we reach them as well, so that we're not just waiting for folks to identify with us, but we are being very intentional about reaching out to potential markets.
Absolutely, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I told you to be ready for lots of comments on this. Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate it. And thank you for your whole team. I know this has been not just your work, but a work of a whole lot of folks, so I appreciate that. We're now going to have Mr. Garcia take us through the upcoming budget calendar and start our discussion on potential student charges.
Yes. So, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. President, members of the board. We begin today with the college's budget planning process for fiscal year 2025. Today's presentation will set the stage for the February board meeting, in which the college will deliver an update and possibly a board action item for an increase in tuition charges to begin in the fall of 2024. Our presentation includes a 10-month budget plan calendar and information relating to student charges. The college will use financial information reported by third-party agencies that will help us measure student affordability. Next is Jackie Landrum, who will kick us off with the 2025 budget plan calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Good afternoon. So the budget calendar for fiscal year 2025 budget follows the same structure as a typical budget year, assuming that we don't encounter any challenges like we did last year. So we have 5 phases in our budget calendar. So the first phase is our planning phase, which is from October through January. And during this phase, Mr. Garcia completes that tuition and fee assessment, and we develop our budget calendar. In November, there was a meeting with our student government where we went over that student tuition and fee assessment. And then this month, we'll be sending out those budget sub-worksheets so that departments can start gathering the requests for items like technology, equipment, marketing, and facility requests. In January, we will meet with our budget committee and provide budget training for all of those that are involved in the budget process. Our budget committee includes our chairs, our deans, and our vice presidents from all areas of the college. The next phase of our budget calendar includes the information gathering phase in February. And during this phase, our office will start capturing and gathering some of the financial needs of the college. Assessments are done on the information received for technology, equipment, facility maintenance, and marketing requests, along with any new or open positions that may be needed next year. So the next phase of our budget calendar includes the review and recommendation phase from March to July. So during this phase, budget requests go through multiple approvals with the final approval of the college's executive team to ensure that financial resources are aligned to our strategic plan. In April, our office works closely with institutional effectiveness to do a cross-check between the department budget request and the information in the college's Student Learning and Outcomes Assessment program called Improve. So Improve is a software that allows each department to input their goals and their targets each year that support the college's strategic plan. And at the end of the year, those departments report their findings to indicate whether they achieved their goals. So during our cross-check with Improve, we analyzed to determine if any of those department goals in Improve support the requested funds of the departments. So this process provides data for better decision-making. Also during this phase, preliminary revenue assumptions are updated with the best available information. So once we receive our certified property appraisal information on July 25th, budget requests may be updated based on that information. The next phase of our budget calendar includes the budget approval phase, which is in August. And during this time, the estimated property tax, tuition and fee, and state appropriations revenues are finalized based on the best available information. So the final step of our budget calendar is our property tax approval phase, which is also in August. Are there any questions on the calendar? Okay, Mr. Garcia will continue with the...
I have a
Yes, sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
Nowhere in here do I see anything, except right towards the end, about the state funding.
Yes.
I mean, that ought to be kind of rolled in, and the tuition part of this is early on, and I think we need to have some assessment of the potential for the state funding to make that decision on the tuition.
So
if we're going to get a,
yeah, so
we're going to get an increase in, a significant increase in funding from the state, we may not need a tuition increase. And we just had one, what, last year?
Yes, we had one for $2, but that's our challenge with doing that is that we won't get the state funding information sometime in the May, June timeframe. In the meantime, the team, the college, has to set and market tuition information. So it's very difficult to do that around the April timeframe when we're already gearing up and planning and putting out publications on our tuition rate fee. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I would just say that before this year, I would say it was already set with the last legislative session. We would have 2 years, we'd be locked in. Now we just, the good and the bad news is that we just don't know yet. And it's going to change year to year from now. And there's really not a biennial kind of approach anymore to state appropriations. And as a result, it's going to be tricky. And the first couple of years are going to be the most unknowns. I'm going to ask for everybody's patience, and we're going to share every bit of what we know, but it is going to be nebulous at best for the next at least 2 more academic years. The assumption is that we're going to grow because of the way the rules are set as such so far. But again, we that's what Jackie and Roll are saying is that we won't know until like a last minute kind of thing.
Yeah.
Your observation is completely correct, though. It seems completely out of step that we would make our first decision on tuition, but because we don't get certified property appraisals and we won't know the state. The state will give us final rules adoption in April?
Yeah, late May.
April, late May. So we're still operating off of emergency rules. We certainly have seen those draft final rules, and staff can be making assumptions based on those draft rules, but we won't have those certified numbers until April or May. So, but your observation is correct. It's wonky. It's out of sync that we should be making the tuition decision first.
Yeah. And the reason, but Mr. Kroll, but remember, because we're enrolling in the fall, we begin enrolling in mid-spring for the fall. We've got to ask for those earlier. The other thing too is that yes, although we'll have this round of rules understood, if you will, or in place by fall, there'll be another year after that of new rules coming too. Maybe more after that. Just wait for another legislative session and we'll see.
Well, and I also think, given last year's preliminary tax appraisals, you can't rely very much on that.
At our agenda review meeting, we did have the conversation with staff that when they come back in February for an action, this is just discussion today, but for potential action and a recommendation, that they have done their best job to calculate without anything else changing what property taxes might look like, and that we've got a really good potential understanding of what our state appropriations would look like. That we can't just make general assumptions based on historic, because both of those things historically we're not on sure footing anymore. So that's going to be a challenge for our financial staff, but we've asked them to do that. Mr. Kelly has questions. When you finish.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, or an observation. As we've been discussing, we have no idea what our other sources of revenue are going to look like nor have we received the budgets from the departments when we start talking about increasing students' tuition. That all seems completely out of whack, and I see here on our presentation, we're going to be talking about tuition increases. We may not need tuition increases. Why aren't we talking about just tuition? And to go in with the assumption that we're going to increase the tuition seems inappropriate, especially when our priority here it appears to be we want to increase enrollment. Are we looking at what impact increased tuition has on our enrollment? Do we know if we're excluding students because each time we increase the tuition?
We're just on the calendar right now, so let's let him finish the kind of overview of student charges, and then they'll come back with a recommendation in February. So this is just for that discussion today. So
All right.
let's.
So just real quick, point well taken. I think as we continue and transition into our discussion of charges, I think you will find out that our historical enrollment trends relative to tuition will tell us that a steady, modest tuition increase is probably a sound solution, not the best, but to address all these issues that were just presented. Because it could very well be that there will be 1 year, maybe 2, maybe 3 consecutive years where funding falls short in our other 2 categories, and the last thing you want to do is hit our students with some high increases. As you will see in 2011 and 2012, that worked against us.
But that possibility exists regardless.
Yeah.
If we see a marked decrease in state funding, even if we've been doing modest increases, we may be looking at a steep increase in tuition. Right?
So hang on to that thought.
Yeah.
There's bigger, broader philosophical approaches that we have to have, and the conversation has to happen here. I mean, if the goal is to reduce tuition over a long period of time, well, it's got to come up somewhere. And so what does that model look like? If you say we want to set a goal for Del Mar College to be the lowest tuition in the state of Texas. Okay. Well, there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? And so, or if there's somewhere in between all that, we want to go down X% or so forth. Because I know other colleges that are doing that, but then they get caught on their heels, and one's getting caught on their heels. Got caught on their heels this fall that I know about, as they've gone backwards on tuition. So it's a philosophy, and heretofore, the previous board members here have been of the mind collectively to be at a modest increase as we move ahead. The perspective that's given, the rationale that's given, that makes it acceptable locally, and this chart tells a great story, but before I get there, is that we remain at less than a third of a regional university. Okay, and when you stay there, and going back to your other question, and I made note, is, Regent Kelly, is that remembering that financial aid stays relative, Pell still stays relative. You know, a Pell student at SMU or TCU will also remain relative to the increases and so forth there. Now, then you can also argue, but we have a big number of students that aren't participating in Pell, and we get that. So it's a tough decision, and it's a philosophical approach. What is the philosophical approach? And that's what we need to keep hearing from you all here these next few months. And what's the approach annually? Biannually? You can go out 2 years as well. I've seen other colleges do that. Or are you looking at a 5-year approach? Those are the things we got to answer.
Well, let's let him kind of go through all this background information and put it in context for you.
And that concludes our presentation. All right, here we go. So thank you, Jackie. So before we dive into the student charges, I would like to take a moment to describe the funding strategies used by Texas Public Community Colleges. Back in 1986, state appropriations was the more pronounced revenue sources for community college. Fast forward today, the number of Texas community college who are highly dependent on state appropriations has significantly declined to 6 community colleges. There are currently significantly more community colleges that are heavily dependent on property taxes. Del Mar College is just one of 27 colleges in this last category. One last point on this slide, the recent changes in the state funding formula for community colleges may signal a shift whereby more community colleges will become more dependent on or having state funding as a more pronounced funding source. Only time will tell.
I really love this slide. I think this is the best overall comparison philosophically of how colleges try to balance the three main sources of revenue.
Look at Blinn College.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the outlier. And then you can go there and you can look at it from, depending on which color that you're looking for, what has the most blue. Then you can look at Hill College and Coastal Bend. You look at what has the most yellow, percentage-wise and so forth. Look at Blinn, what has the most green. It's Midland and probably a couple others. We're not too far off from them, but that's telling. Again, I know of other colleges that are backing off on the tuition and so forth. Ranger College is another one that has very little green, very little property tax. Way on the right
because
side.
they don't have a
Tax base.
Well, they don't have a district like.
If they're taxing district versus service area.
Right.
Is a potential reason for that. Blinn very obviously makes a choice to focus on tuition and state fees because most of their students come in from out of district. So they're not only getting just tuition as a whole, but most of those are out of district tuition.
Yeah. Blinn's tuition is about 60% of college stations.
But again, this really, for us to have a strategic direction discussion with staff about where we fit on this continuum is the potential kind of conversation that we could have maybe in my opinion, in a couple of years after our trajectory and what's happening with state appropriations is somewhat
well
set. So there's not this potential year-to-year fluctuation as these rules are getting adopted and amended. And then after our potential appraisal district issues here are resolved and there's some better clarity about regular growth projections related to local property taxes. I don't know that we could make a major strategic change this year with those two major parts of the equation being so much in flux. So, my personal opinion. I'll let you continue.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right. So, the average net price is considered one of the best indicators for assessing student affordability. It is based on multiple factors, including financial aid awards, student charges, the cost of books, supplies, and room and board. So from the lens view of a full-time, first-year student at Del Mar College, our students fare better than most of our peer group, ranking fourth least expensive with a reported annual average net price of $6,028. This is attributed to the level of financial assistance students receive. During fiscal year 2022, our students received on an average an annual grant or scholarship financial aid award of $5,912. As a final note, the reported average annual grant or scholarship financial award on this report does not include student loans or federal work study. Are there any questions?
When you say net average, so do you add the two columns together to get the total cost, or is the net average what somebody would pay without any grants or scholarships?
So the 6,028, the annual average net price, my understanding, as reported by the Federal National Center of Education, is net of the financial aid award. That would include the federal, Pell, SEOG, any state, any other local funding. So that is the net out-of-pocket cost for the student, first-time full-time student coming to Del Mar College.
So if
For a year.
So if a student does not get any financial aid, they pay on the order of $12,000 a year to come
The
here?
6,000 is the annual out-of-pocket cost on an annual basis, not 12,000. A fall and spring, that would be fall and spring term.
The difference is, what are the difference in the two columns? So the 6,000 is the annual average net price of cost for any student. The second column, although it's very, very close and everything else, is for your beginning undergraduate students when they get started. Am I seeing that right?
The second column, the $5,912 represents the level of financial assistance a student receives. That could be in the form of federal funding,
Gotcha.
state or local grants, scholarships or grants. And it does not include federal work study or any student loans.
So what is the annual average, what is it net of?
So the 6,028, let me go back to
The
my.
term net in there is what confuses.
I'm sorry?
The term net in there is what's confusing.
Yes, so that is taking your total cost for the full year of tuition and fees, minus tuition and fees, room and board, books and supplies, and here's a grand total. And let's just say it's $14,000. I'm just gonna throw a number out there. That's your gross. Pell kicks in, state scholarship and grants, and maybe, the foundation emergency grant will kick in. Minus those dollars, the financial awards is $6,028, which is the out-of-pocket cost that a student can expect to pay in 1 year.
That's to what I said earlier was, if I'm a student and I don't qualify for any financial aid, my parents are also uber rich, whatever, but I want to go to Del Mar, we would pay the $6,028 plus the $5,912.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
But
That would be the gross, right? That is gross, room and board, right? And that's an estimate by the national. It assumes that the student is not living with the parents.
Okay.
Books and supplies and tuition charges, right? Those three components.
I'm going to ask you to clarify that, because if so, then this is not a valuable chart to us, because Blend's is residential, Tyler's residential, Navarro's residential. So I would really like to look at tuition and student charges, and then financial, what percentage of that, what's the average grant? So if $6,000 is net of something, what is the gross tuition and charges?
Yeah, so I can
compare?
come back at the next board meeting with just the tuition and fee charges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll simplify things.
Yeah, here's my thing on it. A majority of our students are part-time and work. They have living expenses outside of whether they are going to college here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think it's, and where our tuition is versus what rent is, the majority of that number is rent then on wherever they're living.
Yeah.
But they're going to live someplace. We don't have a ton of non-local population that is moving here to go to school exclusively.
Very good point. Mr. Loeb, the 6,000, the gross number includes an estimate for room and board.
Right.
For that scenario that you just talked about.
But
No different than Blend. The only difference is Blend is higher because of their own room and board costs. It could very well be that the cost of living here in Corpus, the value that this agency has placed on that room and board is significantly a lot less than Blinn College.
Yeah, I think for our purposes, we need to look at what is our tuition and fees and what is our financial award, because otherwise we're talking about, I mean, I know there are people who sign up for classes so they can get Pell and pay their rent.
Yes.
But I think in terms of what we're talking about in terms of affordability,
Okay.
I don't think looking at housing cost is a good idea. I think we need to look at tuition and fees.
We can do that, of course. So I will have that information at our next board meeting. Okay. All right, any other questions? I'm afraid to ask. Okay, here we go. All right, next is student debt. Del Mar College placed third least expensive relative to most of our peer group institutions as suggested by the low levels of student debt. As reported on the first table on this slide, the average amount of borrowed by a first-year and full-time student in fiscal year 2022 is $3,300. This next point explains in part why the student at Laredo College does not carry any federal loan debt. According to my counterpart at Laredo College, a decision was made years back to opt out of the federal student financial aid loan program due to high loan portfolio default rates. As an alternative to the federal loans, their students have access to now have access to emergency loans that are funded by major donor trusts. The next data point on this slide is on the second table. From the lens view of a Del Mar graduate, the average amount borrowed by a Del Mar student who recently graduated during the entire academic career year, their debt is $16,100. Again, placing third least expensive in terms of cost of attendance here at Del Mar College relative to our peer group. If there are no questions, we will transition to. Yes, sir.
So we're looking at the first chart is annual debt?
Yes, so students on the average will borrow here at Del Mar, borrowed in Del Mar in fiscal year 2022, $3,300 in federal student awards
And
loans.
And when they graduate, it'll be 16,000?
So our records, reported records, suggest that 6,100 is the average overall debt acquired by the student during their career here at Del Mar College.
Well, it says 16,000, so it's taking them 5.5 years?
Well, but that average debt could include a car loan or buying a house or whatever.
Is it
Time to
student-related
completion,
debt?
yes.
Is it student-related
It's basic
debt?
math. It's taking, where our students are taking longer to graduate.
Yeah.
Yes, they're part-time.
Okay.
And remember that majority of them are part-time. And for those who are qualifying for the certain types of loans, still are taking, there are some that are taking, lesser amount, more amounts of hours and so forth, who are qualifying for federal dollars and so forth, so
Right,
moving
which is
faster.
what
But on
we're-
average, when you factor all the students in, they're taking
Takes about
this
5
time because it's a part-time.
Okay, so, and that's the guided pathways and all the new initiatives that we've spent some time on today, and new strategies is to try to combat this.
Shrinking time to completion.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. All right.
So here's an interesting data point in our statistical profile. Before the pandemic, our part-time was around high 70%. It's since then have scaled up to 85%. So it's a huge percentage of part-timers, and that's why it's taking our students a little bit longer. It's not your traditional 4-year students where, hey, I gotta be done in 4 years. Family things happen in life that it takes a little bit longer for our students to complete. Any other questions? Okay. All right, so this next slide is an illustration of Del Mar's general structure of student charges. On an annual basis, student charges for fiscal year 2023 for a part-time and a full-time student is $1,696 and $3,440. So it's these totals on the bottom. So under the full-time 2023, fiscal year 2020 full-time charges, right below that, you'll see $3,440. For comparison, we've also included the 2022 year. Okay. With that said, the $2 increase that was approved by the board last year, the cost of attendance for 1 year compared to last year increased by $60. $60. Now, we also talked about Pell Award. Well, last year, Pell Award, the maximum award for the year went up by $400. So when you take the increase of Pell of $400 and the increase of $60, the difference is $340 that gets refunded to the student. So essentially, this year, if you were a full-time student and qualified for the full award, the federal government was paying you to come to Del Mar College. That's a beautiful thing, right? So financial aid is there. And we should anticipate about another increase this coming year, about $150. That's the current estimate for this next coming year. All right, so let's talk about what the different components are. So the general use fee is used to fund the cost of transcripts, graduation, ground improvements, technology centers, campus security, and parking. The building use fee is used to maintain, improve, and equip campus facilities. The matriculation fee is used to fund the cost of creating and maintaining student records. The instructional support fee is used to fund the operations of the writing, math, reading, and other student learning labs. The student service fee is collected on behalf of the student government, and it is used to fund student cultural programs, intramural sports, student club activities, the student newspaper, the Viking food pantry, and other related student government initiatives. And lastly, the student tuition fee is used to fund all other operating activities of the institution. Are there any questions on this slide? Okay. All right. So this is a 13-year historical view that has helped shape the college's current strategy of steady and modest increase in student charges. With a goal of minimizing sticker price shock, managing student enrollment, and minimizing the shift of tuition costs to future first-time students. Here are a few takeaways from this slide. High unemployment rates paired with a strategy of steady and modest tuition increase contributed to the upward trajectory in student enrollment from fiscal year 2014 to 2019. In 2014, we had 10,439 students, and it peaked in 2019 to 12,008. So the way this chart works, you'll see below a table with all the fee increases, and there's some added information on the bottom that includes unemployment rate information. So I'll touch on some of those points in this discussion. It is also common for a community college to experience enrollment growth during high unemployment and while students return to school to acquire marketable and employable skills. So during the period, the unemployment rate ranged from 5% to 6.4%, as the in-district tuition rate changed by as much as $5 during the same period. Another reference point on this period is from fiscal year 2011 to 2014. The college could have maybe, I don't know, would have experienced an increase in enrollment growth during this period because the unemployment rate was high, 6.5% to 8.6% during this period. So essentially, traditional thought would say that high unemployment rates would drive up our enrollment growth. However, it appears the elevated increases, and I say elevated, I emphasize elevated, to student charges may have contributed in part to the decline in student enrollment to a low of 10,349 during this period, relative to the high of 12,079. So that was a missed opportunity. So again, adopting a strategy of zero increases every year, and then a crisis comes in, and then all of a sudden you have to leverage the student and hit them with high tuition fees, does not help. Here's a good example. 2011, 2014, high unemployment rate, our enrollment should have gone the opposite because students would have come to us for reskilling. But our charges went up significantly during this period of time. Just food for thought. Lastly is the period after fiscal year 2019. Student enrollment significantly scaled down from its peak of 12,008 to 9,720, which was caused by the pandemic. The unemployment rate reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for the Corpus Christi Metropolitan Statistical Area peaked in April 2020 at 14.3%. But it quickly scaled down with a reported rate as of August 2013 of 4.9%. So our most recent enrollment trends are now driven in part by strong labor market conditions. This historical view suggests a modest increase in student charges by as much as $5 per semester hour may minimize student sticker price shock, reduce the risk of downward shift in student enrollment, and minimize the shifting of tuition costs to future first-year students as those students experienced in fiscal year 2011, 2012, and 2013. Are there any questions on this slide?
I have a question on the non-tuition fees. Are those, like the building use fee, I assume that, are those go into a specific account that funds a specific function 100%, or how do those work?
Yes, so the accounting tracking mechanism that we place, I can tell you how much we've generated in building revenue. Is it reported for financial reporting? It is not.
Okay, so that's not a, because I mean, I noticed we haven't had a building use or general use fee increase in 12 years. And I assume our building costs have gone up since we have significantly more buildings.
Yes.
So that's just a fee. It's not connected to any expense side issue.
Yes. So I've been noodling over that a little bit, right? And so I think what I've learned, what I heard during the pandemic was that there was some litigation around, hey, if I'm not using, or if I'm not going to the building, why are you charging me that fee? So right now the strategy is, hey, for now, let's just focus our attention on tuition and fees, and then let's revisit what those discussions were during the pandemic for those students who claimed they shouldn't have been assessed these type of fees when they were not in using the facilities at that point in time.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's an interesting question is there anybody who doesn't get charged those fees? Or, I mean, is that just tuition under a different name?
Tuition under a different name for the most part, but It is intended. I can tell you the cost that we use to support our facilities is significantly a lot more than the revenue that's generated. I think you pointed that out, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why the tuition and fees, I think in my last, in the previous slide is to to cover any gaps in shortfalls or the difference, if that makes sense.
One thing that I'd like to see in the future is we have a tuition increase chart, but I'd like to see one adjusted for inflation. Because I'm pretty sure the chart goes a different direction if aggregate tuition is adjusted for inflation.
So you're saying you're interested in seeing a trend analysis of what is the impact of the increase into tuition relative to inflation?
Yeah.
Is that what I mean?
I
can tell you.
What tuition adjusted for inflation is.
I can tell you what I've learned, and I took a look at this about, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. The average inflation rate prior to pandemic was about 2%. Our tuition increase was, relative to inflation, was below the inflation rate. So we weren't hitting our inflation rate at all in that. I think I looked at a 5, if not a 10-year period.
I know our tuition increase last year was much below inflation.
Oh, of course, yeah. I don't recall the inflation rate last year.
8.9.
And the increase year over year on that tuition, I think I had a number here of about 1.7%. It was way below the inflation.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, what?
Student charges.
All student charges. Yeah. I mean,
thank you.
well,
Yes.
I think there's a conversation to have on, do we compress the per hour rate into a per hour rate, since it doesn't, I mean, if we want to have it directly linked to certain expenses, because I think on the student services fee, that does go into a specific account that gets used for a specific thing. But
Well, yeah, because there's other associated costs for certain programs that you don't want to incur on some other types of programs. So all the supplies and all these other types of things for the welding and everything else is not something you want to roll that in and charge an English student that's not taking, you know what I'm saying?
I get that point, but I mean, I think if there's fees that are being charged to everyone based on credit hours, like it kind of sounded to me like the building use fee is charged to everybody. It's like, are we just making it more complicated, or
Sure.
creating a nickel and dime situation where it should just be in the rate? But I think what I would like to see us at some point do is figure out a model on what percentage of cost we want to come from tuition versus the state and the property tax. And then if the goal is to reduce student portion of tuition, to raise money from the foundation for scholarships and help students achieve financial aid, because I don't see it that we're pricing people out. I mean, it looks to me like our full-time tuition is half of what our average financial aid award is. And I realize people have expenses outside of tuition and books and our fees, but I mean, we seem pretty affordable to me. But I think we need to make sure that we're maintaining a tuition increase, because we do need to give people pay raises and things like that. I mean, I think our tuition increase last year saved us a little bit, but if we'd gone higher, we might have actually been able to give our employees a pay increase, and we didn't. And it was a really bad inflationary year last year. So we basically gave our employees a cut, and we need to recognize that and try to resolve that. So.
Thanks.
you.
We have a couple more slides, and we'll take a quick break.
Okay. All right. So we now pivot to a steady and modest student charge increase, what it could look like for fiscal year 2025. This slide includes a tuition rate change scenarios ranging from $1 to $5 on a per semester hour basis, from the lens view of the part-time student enrolled in 7 credit hours for the fall term and 7 credit hours for the spring term. The student will experience an annual increase in the cost of tuition of $80 for the year, or a 4.3% increase year over year. And so also next is from the lens view of the college. The college will generate $135,000 in tuition for every $1 increase on the tuition rate on a per semester hour basis. This new funding could be used to support operating costs, including student support services and the cost of instruction, and based on what Mr. Loeb described earlier, possible salary increases this year for our employees. If there aren't any questions or I will take them now. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. As you can tell, there's not we've got a lot of consternation about this. And so I think when we come back in February, we'll have a full discussion on it, hopefully with a little bit more clarity, or as much clarity as you can give us.
Okay.
I would just ask, Regents, that you don't wait till February. If you have other thoughts and ideas, please call me. And we'll answer questions or I'll have a little complaint box, whichever you like.
All right, can we take a quick break? It's 3:44, so we're going to recess the meeting for about 5 minutes if we can all get back pretty quickly. We are going to reconvene our board meeting. It is 3:51. Next up on our staff reports is Ms. Mary McQueen to give us her annual Del Mar College Foundation update.
In just a minute. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come and give you the annual update. It's more than just an annual update because this is our 40th anniversary for the Del Mar College Foundation. Do I just hit this? Maybe? There we go. Okay. Thank you very much, College Relations, for making my slide look so much better. So we are 40 years. We actually started and incorporated on July 18th, 1983. And there were 3 original trustees, Dr. Gene Richardson, who was president at the time, Buddy Venters, who was provost, and Claudia Jackson, who was the advocate for setting up a college foundation. During that time, since its inception, community supporters have provided almost $54 million in gifts and grants to Del Mar College. And that's to support our students and programs. And over those 4 decades, from that support, the foundation's provided $21.9 million in scholarship funding to over 25,000 students, and it's also provided $16.1 million in grants and other awards for a variety of different programs for the college. This kind of gives you a graph over the years. This one was great. It took a little time to put together because a lot of this, we don't have 1099s on everything from the beginning. So we used a bunch of different areas to find the information, but what it really showed is it takes a while for a foundation, for any organization to reach its ability to do its mission. And I think you see that between 84 and about 2002, it was steady incremental growth. In 2002 is when we had the first major campaign, and that campaign was for the Center for Early Learning. So of that 1.6 million, $1 million was specifically for the CED, and then another 500,000, I believe, was for another component of that campaign. So you can see how that moves it forward and begins to share the mission of Del Mar College. I do have a lot more information, obviously, since 2010 and moving forward, because I came on board in 2010. But the most important thing is the building, and you can see how rapidly we moved after about 2008. And a lot of that was because we were building on the foundations, right? That the people who came before us put in place so that we could actually raise money for the benefit of the students and the programs at Del Mar College. So one of the things I did check and wanted to really say thank you to my team and thank you to Del Mar College. Since 2010, we've raised $42.2 million. So of that almost $54 million, we've raised $42.2 million since 2010. Again, that was building on the successes and the foundation that was created up until that point. We've also given out $18.4 million in scholarships to 17,000 students and another $12.2 million in awards and programs to support the excellence of Del Mar College and the programming it provides. The assets have grown from $8.6 million to $31.5 million. That number fluctuates as the market. So one of the things that I always like to bring to you is the snapshot of the most recent year. And our fundraising for this past year, 2022 to 2023, is a little over $3 million. Our 5-year average, however, which is really where I look for fundraising success, is 3.6. And the reason is fundraising it goes up and down quite a bit. The scholarships of the past year were $1.7, almost $1.8 million to almost 900 students, and our assets, again, grew to 31. Right now, we are on a record. We are looking for the 2023-2024 year, we're looking at providing $2.1 million in scholarships. So as we raise more money, we can help more people. And that's just the simple fact. Our average scholar, we call them foundation scholars, are first in their family to go to college. They're low to middle income. They work while attending college, and 21% are single parents. So you got a lot of juggling going on, which probably addresses that 5 years to complete a degree program. This kind of gives you the asset growth. It's probably been a little more steady than the actual market, and that's a reflection of the fundraising and adding to that base. Fundraising has gone up and down quite a bit. I can actually go back and tell you what's happening in each one of those years and why it was up and why it was down just a little bit. But I don't think I want to know that. And then here's the real impact. These are how many lives are impacted. This is how much money we awarded in scholarships. And at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, is impact student lives. So the advancement focus over the past 13 and a half years has really shifted from events to donor engagement. Our goal is to build the relationships, to share the Del Mar College story, to discover the donor preferences. Where do you want to make a difference? And to move from transactional to transformational fundraising. Transactional is more, would you please buy a table? But I don't get a chance to really spend time and know who you are and how you want to make a difference. Or transformational, I want to sit down and talk with you and have coffee, and I want to know in your heart, how do you want to make a change? And how can I help you? How can Del Mar College help you make the change that you want to have happen for your community? Here are some of the major events. I'm not going to go into each one of them, but one of the things I think was really important in 2010 is Del Mar College actually moved $1.5 million in scholarship funding that was over at the college, because obviously the college has been around a lot longer than the foundation. So the college was awarding scholarships, the foundation was awarding scholarships. Dr. Escamilla in his wisdom said one group, one institution that's focused on students needs to take this money and do the right thing and focus on making sure the students get the scholarships. So they moved that money over, and we started looking at a restructuring in 2010 to how do we want to be more effective. We also received and met a $1 million challenge grant. Part of that staff and office restructuring that we started in 2011 ended up driving an online scholarship program, which was creating efficiencies so that we could help more students and free up staff to raise more money, because the processes When I came in, we were doing it 3 times a year, but we were doing it on paper and spreadsheets. So we were spending all of our time awarding scholarships and not enough time raising the money to impact the students. So shifting those kinds of processes was a major component of being more effective. And then we finished up a challenge grant. We started to look at investment managers because we really hadn't looked at investment managers, so we needed to do an RFP. And then we sat down with the foundation board and went through a strategic planning and visioning process. In 2017, we launched our planned giving, which was part of our strategic initiatives. We launched a $25 million campaign. It was a comprehensive campaign that, due to circumstances, never got out of the quiet phase because a month after we launched that campaign, Hurricane Harvey hit. So we shifted all of our focus to emergency aid to address the needs of the students. About 18 months later, we had an ice storm, and then 18 months after that, we had COVID. So we have constantly been shifting those focuses for fundraising in order to meet the needs of the students. We also looked at some data conversion to what we call the Razor's Edge NXT. It's a very, very good donor database. In 2019, we had not had a director of development for 5 years. We hired Matthew Busby, and amazingly, you can actually see the next year how much money we raised because we had another articulate voice taking that story out to the community. We also went to a new online giving platform, much easier and better for the donors because we want the donor experience. You know, we were talking about the student experience. Well, we want the donor experience to be very positive. And then we moved everything to establishing portfolios for development officers. So each development officer has between 90 and 120 people in their portfolio that their job is to build the relationships and find out what those people want to invest in. Obviously, in April 2020, due to COVID, every special event went virtual. But before that time, we had already started looking at what is the ROI on these events. We had Over the Edge, we had Bernie's Spring Bash, and then we had the Stringers for Scholarships, so 3 events. We started doing the ORI. We completed that ORI in 2021, and based on that analysis, we dropped every special event. The time and energy spent to do a special event where I do not have an opportunity to share with you how impactful Del Mar College is, it doesn't make any sense. I can spend that same time and build a relationship one-on-one. So we moved everything to more one-on-one. We also updated our scholarship policy. We asked the board, what do you want? How do you want to impact students with the scholarships? Do you want more students with less amount or less students with more amount? And they did an analysis and came up with an update. And they really seriously did a lot of heartburn and talking because they went to completion focus, which means less students get scholarships, but they get more, with the idea of allowing those students to get to completion quicker. And then there were some other things, obviously, the government relations and temporarily college relations came under this department. In January 2023, we completed the $25 million comprehensive campaign, having never launched it publicly. We just finished it. So the strategic plan for the Del Mar College Foundation from 2015 to 2025 was the $25 million campaign, which has been completed. We wanted to look on major gift and planned giving strategies. We did those. We had identified $6.7 million in planned gifts as soon as after we had our planned giving program online for about 18 months. We worked specifically on workforce development initiatives. So that's the pilot plant. That is two pilot plants and a whole series of other pieces. Once again, revised the scholarship focus, really focused on assisting student completion needs, and part of that was the emergency aid piece, which is huge. We really focused on what kind of innovative strategies can the foundation help. So the foundation was helped develop the $1.2 million Rebuild Texas shortly after Hurricane Harvey, which allowed us to bring on board our basic construction, which is now part of our continuing education program. But we provided that for free through this grant for about 18 months, almost 24 months. The long term is to build the assets to $35 to $40 million. That goal for the foundation goes through 2025 and award $3 million annually. We're pretty close to the assets. We have some opportunity for improvement. We're right now just getting to the $2 million annually in scholarships, so we really have some opportunity to grow in the scholarships. One of the things we've done is create a series of infographics that allow us to share the story. So this is Sophie. She is our average student, Hispanic, female, 24 years old, comes from this area, goes part-time. And we share this with donors so they get an idea of who they're investing in with their scholarship dollars. The other big component of it is the wellness survey that is done thanks to Trellis. It's really important to know that 56% of the students are housing insecure. The 25% have low food security, which is one of the programs that Rita was talking about. 69% worry about having enough money to pay for school. And 31% ran out of money 6 or more times in the past year. It shows the need. We needed to demonstrate the need, and this particular piece is very important in doing that. 71% have trouble getting $500 in the event of an emergency. This piece alone helped us focus a lot of our energies on the emergency aid program and making sure we had an effective program that provided this information, provided this help to them as quickly as possible. The scholarship impact, we have actually, Matthew Busby had done some analysis, or had our wonderful departments that do that analysis give us this information, and it shows us basically 24% of those students who have absolutely no financial aid, they complete at a higher rate. 24% complete at a high, even with financial, 19% complete at a higher rate. What it tells you is these dollars from donors are effective, and that's a question many of our donors would ask us. The affordable piece that we talked about earlier, we do this every year. We're not actually talking to the students, we're talking to those people who would invest in the students. And we're telling you, your investment goes this much further. Because in the space it takes you to support 2 students at A&M Corpus Christi or A&M Kingsville, or 1 student, I'm sorry, you can support 2. Basically, twice as many students. You can help twice as many students with the same investment. And we like to make this case that it's affordable and it's an excellent investment for their philanthropic gifts. Getting the gift is very important, but making sure the donors know how we use it is another really important piece. So stewardship is, and we do the annual stewardship reception, scholarship reception, and then each year they get something like this. This is old, we've updated it, but it shows you how much money they invested in their scholarship, how much was distributed. It provides bios of every student that got their scholarship for that particular year. And it's usually sent in the spring of each year. And all of this is great, but truthfully, everything is about what the student experiences at Del Mar and how them getting their education can change their life. So I'd like to share this with you. Can I do this? Thank you.
Growing up, my mother was a victim of the opioid crisis, and so that led into a longer history of drug abuse, and it was very difficult for my family. My parents divorced, I want to say, probably when I was about 10 or 9. Took a a lot of years for us to mend that relationship. As I got older, I kind of figured out what had happened and what it meant. She was always my biggest supporter. But my freshman year at Del Mar, we did William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, and that was the first show she ever got to sit in and watch me perform. And that was the first and only production she got to see me in on stage. She passed away this past January, and it was a big loss to lose my number one supporter, to continue on in the arts and do something that I lost my number one fan.
I found myself in a situation where I'm raising my 3 sons on my own. And I'd been cleaning houses for about 8 years. And I started contemplating, is this something that I'm going to do for the rest of my life? I kept recalling about 10 years ago, I had an opportunity to work at a plant, to be an operator. Just knowing that that would have been able to give my children a better life out of our daily financial struggles. And so I enrolled that following fall semester and fast-tracked, financial aid and everything that needed to be done. And I've been doing it ever since. And each day it's a struggle. It's each week and each month is a struggle. But somehow God makes it okay.
The reason why I chose physical therapy is when I was younger, I ended up taking care of my grandmother. And whenever she injured and hurt herself, she had fell, and I helped her do some of her physical therapy exercises. And so that inspired me to choose physical therapy in the healthcare program, so that I wanted to just be able to encourage and help people feel better. I love doing that, and I'm glad that physical therapy, I'm able to do that.
I've had a few professors that have had more than one semester, but Mr. Mora has somehow, he's become my academic advisor, and every time I call him, just for instance today when I tapped on the door and was like, hey, I need to talk to you, he was there, he spoke with me. He's always trying to help no matter what.
Brenda Garcia, she's part of the Disability Opportunities Office, and Dr. Mitchell, and we have a new program director now. Her name is Dr. Pounds, but they've all been super supportive of making sure I have all the resources that I have to be able to succeed. And so having the office available, you can take your tests or exams in a separate room, so you're able to focus just on your exams and not have to worry about any other distractions. And so I'm so super grateful of those resources available to me.
But if I had to pick a handful, I think number one would be Kim Frederick. Anytime I've had a question, a concern, an issue, I've been able to go in his office and he's helped me figure it out. He's always supported me. I know just how much he's appreciated me, and that appreciation alone is something that encourages me.
And so having both of those scholarships from the Mr. Bellini and Mr. Busby, I can not describe how tremendously it has helped me and my family. And it takes all that stress off of my shoulders so that I'm able to focus on my schoolwork. Because being a mom, you gotta make sure that your kids are taken care of, everything's taken care of at home before you take care of yourself. And them doing that for me, I'm able to they've taken that and just taken it off my shoulders, and I'm able to focus on my schoolwork and just put me first.
The scholarships meant a lot to me. I don't have to only put $100 down on a bill that week. I can maybe just go pay it off for that semester so that it doesn't get turned off. I was able to borrow money in order to get a little car so I could go to school 4 days a week this semester. And I didn't know how I was going to do it before. It's nothing special, but it empowers, inspires, and touches the people that are the recipients of these scholarships.
Opportunity to have this scholarship has allowed me to, from making sure I can get my books to continue my education, to pay for classes, to make sure I have gas and food to eat to get to these auditions. It's just a wonderful gift. As I'm becoming an adult, learning what it means to go into this career, to make it my passion, my dream, to keep fighting, it's just been an incredible gift to keep me going.
And as you can see, that was from the Del Mar College Foundation Scholarship dinner this year. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions? Mary, fabulous job for you and your staff. Thank you so much. All right, that's it for our staff reports. Oh, no, we do have one more. One more. No, sir. Come back. This will be fast.
Yes, it
Our
will be.
professional contract review.
Thank you. This is our semi-annual review of our professional service contracts. I'm only going to go over the change in activity since it was last reviewed, and we reviewed this in June of '23. So under the 2014 bond, we have Victory Building Team. The yellow means that that contract is expiring, and it expires at the end of this month. And if you move on down, oh, thank you, that row, we have highlighted in light blue the Fulton construction contract for Oso Creek campus. That has a date change, so that contract has been extended from, it was supposed to expire in '23, but has been extended to May 31st of 2024. And then the last activity change is command commissioning for Oso Creek campus, and that will be expiring at the end of this month. So that's all the activity changes since it was last reviewed in June. Any questions?
I see no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was quick, yeah. Our pending business list is in your packet. There is a potential we will have a January meeting for a special meeting, but Delia will let you be informed of that, but it won't have any of these regular things. We will have a meeting in February, at which time we will have a full discussion of student charges and hopefully make a decision, and we'll get a strategic planning update and the other activities you can see on the list. Any questions about our pending business report? We have our consent agenda in front of us today, which only has one item, acceptance of financials for October of 2023. Do we need to pull that? Do we need any separate consideration for that? Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Krul and Dr. Babley. Thank you. Any discussion, any public comment on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. All right, item number 5, which is discussion and possible action related to our financial audit. Mr. Garcia is going to introduce our audit team.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to begin with thanking Mr. John Johnson, Dr. Kathy West, Christina Gonzalez, and Jackie Landrum, and other individuals who were engaged in this year's accelerated audit, financial audit. I also want to give a big thanks to Ms. Bridget Cook for her years of service. With that said, I now want to introduce the next generation of greatness. Mr. Adam Miller, who is the most recent partner at Collier Johnson & Woods, will present this year's 2023 audit results.
Adam, welcome.
Thank you very much.
And if you don't mind, just like a 2-minute introduction of yourself to our board here.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Miller. I am a shareholder at Collier Johnson & Woods, and I've been in Corpus Christi for about 12 years, so I think that makes me a Corpus Christian. I'm from Central Texas, and I've been in public accounting my entire career. So that's a short little blip about myself.
Welcome.
Sorry. Oh, thank you very much. Move this mic up a little bit. So I got control of this thing here. Oh, got it. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to start with an acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the Del Mar College Finance team to prepare the annual reports. And I'd also like to start with an acknowledgement that for the fiscal year 2022, the college once again received the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This certificate is awarded to individual governments that go beyond the minimum reporting requirements of U.S. GAAP in the spirit of transparency and full disclosure. Del Mar has received this award every year since taking on this pursuit in 2010. So this is the 13th consecutive year. We have 4 items on our agenda today. The first is an overview of the independent auditor's reports. Second is a financial statement highlight. The third is the required communication between my firm and you, the governing board of Del Mar. And then an overview of the upcoming accounting pronouncements that will affect the financials in the future periods. The annual comprehensive report similarly is covered in 4 sections. This includes the introductory section, the financial statement section, statistical section, and federal and state award sections. And also similarly, the independent auditor's reports are expressed in 4 separate reports. This is the independent auditor's report on the financial statements. The independent auditor's report on internal controls over financial statements and on compliance. And then an independent auditor's report on the compliance of federal programs. And an independent auditor's report on compliance with major state programs. Sorry, I skipped that myself. On page 15 through 18 in the annual report, you'll find the independent auditor's report on the financial statements. The purpose of this report is the expression of an opinion as to whether the financial statements adhere to the reporting framework of the college, which is U.S. GAAP. Regarding these financial deliverables, we express an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is often referred to as a clean opinion, and it conveys to the users of the financial statements that the financial statements adhere to the reporting framework without exception. The second report is the governmental report. This is a report that's unique to audits conducted in accordance with the governmental auditing standards, which define what control deficiencies are and whether control deficiencies were discovered during the performance of an audit. In government entities, this must be reported whether or not there were findings. In other audits of non-governmental entities, this is a communication if there were any. So that's why you have one. Within this report, we disclose that we encountered no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies as a result of the audit procedures performed. On pages 141 through 143, we have the audit report of the federal awards. The purpose of this report is an expression of an opinion as to whether the college adhered to the compliance requirements of its major federal programs. And within this report, we also expressed an unmodified opinion, meaning we noted no instances of non-compliance with major federal awards. And on pages 151 through 153, we have the schedule of expenditures of state awards. And the purpose of this report is the expression of an opinion as to whether the college adhered to the compliance requirements of its major state programs. And similarly, within this report, we expressed an unmodified opinion, meaning that we noted no instances of non-compliance with major state awards. Okay, next we have the financial statement overview. And the first financial statement is the statement on net position, which is a point-in-time financial statement that addresses, essentially it's similar to a corporate type balance sheet, so it covers the permanent accounts of the college, the permanent accounts including the assets, liabilities, deferred inflows, deferred outflows, and the net position. In the aggregate, this financial statement conveys the utility of capital raised in the 2018 and 2020 bond offerings for the undertaking of capital projects. On a year-over-year basis, you will note a decline of cash and investment holdings with a reciprocal increase in capital assets, which are largely construction costs and building improvements. You will also notice a gradual directional decline in total debt as the college meets the principal obligations of these debts each year. So that's what this chart will convey. The green line is the capital assets. You can see that line is increasing year over year. And this is a 5-year representation. And you'll also see an inverse relationship between the investment capital assets and other more liquid holdings such as investments and cash positions. This is total liabilities. With the liabilities, you'll note an increase in total debt in 2020, corresponding with the bond series A and B issued during the respective year, followed by a directional decline of total debt as principal is repaid each year. You will also note the relative relative continuity of other liability categories over the respective time frame. And this illustration is the directional increase of the net position on a year-over-year basis. And as you will note, this graph conveys a linear directionality of improvement to the total net position of the college. And as expressed in the MD&A, the net position is helpful in assessing the overall financial health of the college. The next statement is the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. In this financial reports the results of operations over a 12-month period and is similar to an income statement for a corporate type financial statement. This financial statement reports the temporary accounts of the college, which includes its revenues and expenses. In the aggregate, this financial conveys the increase in net position on a year-over-year basis, and it also conveys the winding down of federal COVID relief programs. And as the previous budgeting deliverables that you saw earlier convey, the largest source of revenue in the past 5 years is the ad valorem taxes. You also note that the effects of the COVID-19 funding, which resulted in the precipitous increase and precipitous decrease in federal grants between 2020 and 2023. And then also you will note the relative continuity of other revenue categories in the respective time frame. Regarding expenses, you'll note that the most significant source of expenses related to the college is the college's instruction program. You will also note a normalization of student service expenses, which is that red line that spikes in 2022. As 2022 represented an outlier year with increases in expenses associated with the purchase of supplies and non-capital equipment for the new Oso Creek campus, and in addition to purchases of equipment and supplies to enhance instructional support services. And you will also note the relative continuity of other expense categories over the same time period. Next is a graph illustrating the relationship of total revenues, which is the top line, and total expenses, which is the red line. And this also supports the increase in the net position we saw in the previous, one of the previous slides. This year, we do disclose a subsequent event, and as you're aware, a significant taxpayer has disputed certified values since 2018. And until this matter is resolved, there remains an uncertainty in the amount and timing of those respective tax collections. This chart conveys the directional increase in gross receivables associated with ad valorem taxes and the respective allowance for doubtful accounts. And until this matter is resolved, we can continue to expect those to increase. The CFA, the Statement of Expenditure of Financial Awards, this slide indicates the major programs that were selected for testing, which included the Financial Aid Cluster, the CARES Act Cluster, TRIO Cluster, and the GEAR Cluster. Our testing included approximately 89% of all federal expenditures. The CSA, the state award expenditures, we tested as a major program the Texas Grant Program, which approximated 37% of state awards made during the year. There are, based on our professional standards, are required communications between my firm and you, the governing board. And many of these communications are made throughout the audit process, including the engagement, the planning phase of the audit, and also in its conclusion. Under the professional standards, we, as the audit firm, are responsible for expressing an opinion as to whether the financial statements adhere to the reporting framework. And we are responsible for obtaining reasonable assurance to support our opinions. We also are responsible for assessing internal controls to design an audit approach and response, and communicate significant findings to you. This is also, as illustrated here, been conveyed in our engagement letter, which was dated September 19th. And management has responsibilities as well. Management is responsible for the oversight of those charged with in addition with those charged with governance, responsible for establishing and maintaining internal controls, including monitoring of ongoing activities, for selecting the accounting principles, and for maintaining and presenting the financial statements in accordance with the reporting framework. I'm happy to report that we encountered no significant deviations from the planned scope and timing of the audit. The financial statements include two significant estimates. That includes the net pension liability and the OPEB liability. These are actuarially determined liabilities, and accordingly, the inputs are subjective and are subject to material differences on a year-to-year basis. And that's and indeed, they did fluctuate this year as they do periodically. I'm happy to report that we encountered no significant difficulties with management, and we had no disagreements with management regarding audit procedures or the application of U.S. GAAP. And we encountered no misstatements that we deemed to be material. This is a slide that indicates that some of the financial deliverables in the required supplemental information are not subject to opinion, but rather we perform limited procedures on those, and that includes the MD&A and the introductory section. And we had no other significant audit findings. And as we noted, no internal control deficiencies. We noted no fraud or illegal acts, and we're not aware of any significant or unusual accounting transactions during the year. During the fiscal year 2023, Del Mar implemented GASB Statement 96. This implementation required the recognition of right-of-use subscription assets and corresponding liabilities for IT applications. And due to the comparative presentation of the financial statements, a retrospective implementation was required, which resulted in the restatement of the 2022 net position by approximately $300,000. And looking forward, there are 3 new standards that could affect the financial statements of the college. This includes GASB 99, 100, and 101. The purpose of each of these upcoming pronouncements is to add clarity to existing standards, and accordingly, implementation should not have a significant effect on the form and content of the financial statements in future reporting periods. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you very much, Adam. We appreciate you being here today. Are there any questions for Adam? The board does have a responsibility to take an action to adopt the comprehensive financial report as presented, and you have a full copy in your packet. And Delia, if you so desire one, will also get you a hard copy of one when they are made available to us. Is there a motion to that effect?
I move that we adopt it.
Thank you, Dr. Babley. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Adami. Are there any additional questions, any comments?
Yes, just one. Adam and Bridget, thank you for getting us here. And because we moved the date up earlier for this meeting, on top of that, I mean, thank you. I owe you a lunch. We'll grab you a lunch.
A week earlier to an auditor is a big deal, right?
That is huge. Well, but here's so I've got to tell you, I've been getting calls from my colleagues around the state and saying, hey, are you getting your audit in, or is the audit coming out? I'm like, yeah, well, actually it is, and it's going to be presented, and they're mind-boggled, and so forth. So, I mean, this is exceptional work, exceptional time put into our business team before the vote goes, but to our business team and all those who put in back there in the back and all over. Thank you all. Okay, this does not go unnoticed, as always, but thank you again to our team.
Thank you for saying that. I did want to compliment and congratulate our Mr. Garcia, you and your team, as well as the audit team, thank you very much for all of your work on this. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the annual comprehensive financial report as presented, please raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Bridget. All right. Next item is discussion and possible action related to some revisions, deletions, and additions to our Board B policies and notification of A policy revisions, deletions, and additions. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. The policy work that we're presenting today is to comply with some of the changes made during the Texas 88th legislative session. We're giving, what we're presenting today is with priority effective dates. And then we are also following our Del Mar College Board policy review schedule. So that's what we'll be looking over today. I want to acknowledge our policy review team. Jerry Henry, Jessica Alanis, Rita Hernandez, and Augie, of course, is a legal review because they were a large part of this policy work that we're presenting today. So thank you. And they're here. So just as a little bit of a review of our process, the board policy review, college administration reviews policies as outlined in the schedule that you see on the slide, with the exceptions of changes like we're doing today, and laws, statutes, regulations, requirements that are executed federal, state, local, and if any of our accrediting bodies require, like when we had our SAC-COC review, if they require reviews outside of this schedule, then we conduct those and bring those to you as needed. The CEO or their designee, which in this case would be me, has the oversight of the policy review process. College administration will perform review of policies according to this schedule and with the exceptions that I just mentioned, and we will make recommendations to the Board of Regents as necessary. So if you look at the schedule, we put this in place a few years ago. So in FY21, we reviewed chapters 1 and 2. And from that work, I know that the board at that time had decided that they needed to review and make some changes to their bylaws, which are associated with chapter 1, and that was led by a committee by Regent Averett. So they made some changes to their bylaws. So that was part of that initial beginning of that policy review schedule. And then FY22 was chapter 3 and 4, and we do have some things in those chapters that are an annual review, like our investment policy statement and student tuition. But we also, in chapter 4 of that year, we added our debt management policy. That was in chapter 4, so we did that particular review. Any questions about this schedule? Okay. So this year in this past FY23, we were scheduled to review chapters 5 and 6, which are HR and faculty, but we pended that review because we did anticipate quite a bit of legislative changes coming out of this last session, so we did pend those. And then we're scheduled for FY24 to review chapters 7, which is students, and 8 miscellaneous, and we will be bringing those to you. So just some clarification, if it has a B in front of the policy number, that is a board policy and it does require board approval. So today we'll be asking the board to approve the revisions, deletions, or additions to the B sections, but we're also providing you notification of changes to the A sections, which are administrative procedures, and those do not require your approval, but we do notify you of those changes. There were too many that were just work together, so it was just too difficult to try to separate them out because usually we do a notification as a staff report, but it just made better sense to do them together today. So right now I'm going to ask Jessica Alanis to come up and she's going to give you a brief overview of the 4 different pieces of legislation that do impact our policy work we're presenting today. Jessica?
Thank you, Tammy. So just a quick overview of these 4 pieces of legislation that were listed on the screen. So House Bill 1 is generally called the General Appropriations Bill that became effective on September 1st. A portion of this bill prohibits or addresses and prohibits entities such as community colleges from using appropriated funds for design, implementation, and administration of any DEI practices or programs. It also prohibits the hiring and supervision of employees and also mandated or recommended training related to these types of activities. Senate Bill 17 specifically talks about DEI offices and initiatives, has an effective date of January 1st, prohibits any DEI offices and initiatives at any higher education institutions with limited exceptions. It does not apply to any academic courses or scholarly research, and also does not apply to any registered student organization activities or short-term guest speakers or student recruitment or admissions. So the general theme of this bill is that entities are prohibited from giving or having statements that give preferential consideration to an employee, applicant, or participant in functions of the institution that are based on a person's race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. Senate Bill 1376, with an effective date of September 1st, 2023, essentially amends what was previously known as the Veterans Employment Preference for state agencies or community colleges, renaming it a Military Employment Preference. So what this particular legislation did was expand this preference to include the spouse of a U.S. Armed Forces or Texas National Guard member who is currently serving on active duty. And also it includes the spouse of a veteran who is on a certain disability percentage or rating. For Senate Bill 412, it's the protection of pregnant and parenting students, which has an effective date of September 1st, 2023, but it's applicable beginning the spring semester 2024. So with this particular piece of legislation, it provides enrollment protections for those pregnant and parenting students. It prohibits the institution from requiring a student who is pregnant or a parenting student to take a leave of absence or withdraw or limit the student's studies or participation in any kind of academic program. So the institution must also permit the student to take a leave of absence if they are in good academic standing and return in good standing without having to reapply for admission or to their program. It also requires the institution to provide reasonable accommodations to pregnant students.
Thank you, Jessica. The policy work that we're presenting today, it spans across multiple chapters throughout the entire policy manual. We will also be including some things that are not related to legislation. For example, revise a campus reference. There's a reference to East, it will be changed to Heritage. So there are multiple references to campuses that we will be changing. We also have a title revisions. For example, the office, we call it the Office of Human Resources, but throughout policy, it could be referenced as Office of Human Resources Equal Opportunity. It could be referenced as Office of Human Resources and Affirmative Action. So due to some of the legislative changes, we do have to change that department name, and we do practice it as Office of Human Resources. So a lot of the pages you see actually is changing that particular title reference. And we also have revised some outdated administrative procedures with current practice. For example, in one of the administrative processes, it says that College Relations advertises open employment opportunities, and actually HR advertises those opportunities. So it's just a little cleanup on a practice in a procedure. You were provided supporting policy documents that are in your packet. I have color-coded them. You know, I like to color-code things. So if it's red and strike through, that means it's going to be removed, deleted. If it's blue, it is new content to the manual. If it's green, that means it's current content, but we relocated it out of one section and moved it to another policy section. And I'll get to the reasoning for that in just a minute. So we wanted to make sure that you understood that, because there was quite a bit of content that was moved out of a particular board policy. We wanted to make sure that people understood we didn't add a lot of new language. We just relocated that language. What we did also was, like I referred to, a department name change. And there could have been one administrative procedure section in a policy that was 10 pages long. So what we provided in your packet was the header of what that was called and just the section that we're making the revisions. We didn't give you all 10 pages. because then the packet would have been probably 100 more pages long. So we are only giving you what was actually being revised. So if you do kind of see, but you can tell where the policy break or the administrative procedure break is, because it is labeled, okay? And we have also, I'm going to go over a summary, just a high-level summary of the changes, but if you would like to review the individual pages that were given to you in support, we can do that, but I'd like to go ahead and go through the summary first, if that's okay. So in compliance with the legislation, we have submitted, and you will notice in your supporting documents, it's all in red, in the entire policy of B5.4, which is labeled Affirmative Action Policy in Chapter 5, will be deleted. It will be removed. Now, what we have done is several sections, administrative procedures, that was within that policy. It does relate more to equal opportunity. So we have relocated that into B5.3, which is employment practices, and that is where it's noted in green. So it was in a different section. That policy is being removed or deleted, so we relocated those important pieces that we know we needed to keep under employment practices for equal opportunity. They were relocated. We have also removal of all references to affirmative action. That's across throughout the whole manual. It's in multiple chapters, the same example. The main revision was renaming the Office of Human Resources, Equal Opportunity Affirmative Action. Will be revised to Office of Human Resources. Okay. We added language to B5.11, which is our universal conditions of employment, to comply with SB 17's requirement for disciplining employees who engage in conduct in violation of the law. So we've added a sentence in two different places under that, just saying in general, if employees violate the law, then it could lead to discipline up to and including termination. So that is in compliance with state and federal law, actually. Renaming and expansion of the military employment preferences. So we've added some language to make sure that we're in compliance with that new addition. And that's also in Chapter 5. And then for the protections for pregnant and parenting students, there's a brand new policy. So that will be the last policy in the packet. And it is a new policy for protections for pregnant and parenting students, and that will be found in Chapter 7, which that new policy is B7.34. So it's December, this is our first round of policy and procedure revisions. There will be additional policy revisions that we will present throughout the remainder of FY24 that's related to other legislative changes and also to the policy review schedule that we looked at the beginning of the presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you to your team for that very detailed work. I am so glad we didn't have to assign a board committee to do that work. Aren't you, Libby? Are there any questions or comments for Tammy and her team?
I have a question on the veterans one. Do we just have a checkbox on the application that lists all the possibility? Because, I mean, it's kind of a hard question to ask without violating some other federal laws, so I assume.
For veterans?
Yeah, is there like a thing that says you can claim this when you apply, or?
Well, all of that is kept on what we call a demographic sheet, which no one can see but HR.
Okay.
So we collect that, and actually employees, there's several things that we collect, but potential employees or applicants are not required to identify, and that could be any demographic. So that is not seen to anyone that might serve on a hiring committee. It's only HR can view that particular confidential demographic box, but applicants are not required or mandated to complete it. And we do have some that don't complete the demographic box, but we do ask to collect the information.
Okay. And so then I guess HR collects it, and then the hiring committee gets told, Ty goes to this one, or, I mean.
What happens is if a hiring committee, and this, I'm going to be, I've been here 12 years now, and as far as having a tie, like there was not a clear 1, 2, 3, there was, a couple of applicants, hiring committee could not decide which was the first choice. That's happened one time since I've been here. And at that particular time, HR goes back to the two that basically were even, and then we would look at We would go back to our policy. What does our policy say at the time? And like I said, this was several years ago. What would be the first level preference? And then we would look at the demographic box to see if it was identified, and we would apply it.
Okay. It just seemed odd because it kind of sounded like the legislature banned one and said do the other, but they both have the same similar problems. So, all right, thanks.
Yes, sir, Dr. Babley.
So I'm just trying to digest the changes in how the legislature has acted on this. So am I to understand that we can never use affirmative action and equal opportunity ever?
No, you can use equal opportunity. We're not removing equal opportunity. We still have an equal opportunity policy under practices and statement. We're just changing an office reference to make it simple, Office of HR. That's what, instead of the long title it used to have. But we do have equal opportunity. We still have to comply with federal law. But as far as, I don't know if our general counsel wants to make reference on the affirmative action piece, because that has to do with preference, which SB 17 has now banned.
So I'm just wondering, are we diluting our commitment to
No.
equality, or?
No, what you're being asked to do is to make sure that our policies reflect the very specific requirements of SB 17, which is don't use DEI, or don't have a DEI office, don't have a DEI officer. But there's a long list of exceptions that are carved out, and I was going to say this if somebody had a question. This is not an abandonment of diversity as a core value or a mission. That's for you to do. You're going to discuss this with Dr. Villarreal probably as part of your strategic, plan at some point. So that's a further conversation. This is not an abandonment of those kinds of values. It's just making sure that for now, our policies by January 1 are in technical compliance. I don't want to sound like we're skirting the issue either. I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that our deliberations of strategic plan should reinforce our own commitment to these principles of diversity beyond what has been diluted so far at the state level through new laws. We need to make sure that we stand up to more rigorously, we stand for these principles. That's my comment.
Discussion for you all to come in the future, probably near future. But thank you for asking. It's a good question.
So we still have equal opportunity, which is basically we cannot discriminate in any type of employment or any other practice based on certain protected categories. So that is intact. That's federal. So that's your equal opportunity.
You made reference to this at the beginning of your presentation, but these are state laws that required implementation by January 1. We should expect in the spring then a second round of things.
I call them priority effective dates.
There we go.
So the next round will be the next priority effective dates. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Is there a motion to adopt the board B policies, there we go, as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Cruel. Any other discussion on that motion? Is there any public comment on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your work. Mr. Strybos is going to present the next two items. They're actually in conjunction. Do you want to?
No. You said it just well.
These two are in conjunction. We're going to discuss the one and vote on it, but this discussion relates to both items 7 and 8. 1, 2, 3. One more. There we go. Oh. There you go. Mr. Strybos. Oh, we're passing them all the way down.
I don't know.
We're good? We're good.
All right.
All right.
Want to make sure everyone had a copy. Does everyone have a copy now?
We're thoroughly confused. I hope we do.
Okay. There may be an extra one.
There we go. We got it. All right.
Okay. This is agenda item number 7, discussion and possible action on award of a contract for request for competitive seal proposals, RCSP 2023-12, Del Mar College Center for economic development HVAC improvements. You're personally aware of the challenges with this HVAC system. We've got the doors open to kind of cool things down. It's exceeded its useful life. We've worked with Streety Callens and Associates to advertise. This is a competitive seal proposal. You have a summary sheet which summarizes our process. You have the evaluation criteria, which price is 40% of it. We have qualifications the other 60%. We have an evaluation committee that was made up of physical facility staff, personnel from the building, and our engineer of record for the project. We have the scoring on the back page. It's a two-sided page. So on the back page, we're recommending award to the number 1 team, Victory Building Team, with their low bid, $2,925,000. And then the second bidder was Spald Last at $4,200,000. That this project we're recommending funded with the next item, we'll talk about it in a little bit, but it's a State Energy Conservation Office fund. And so we thoroughly interviewed both candidates, and we're recommending this award to Victory Building Team.
So this is a complete replacement of all the HVAC system?
Basically what we have are, I'm going to call them rooftop units, separate units for separate parts of the building, and it's just not efficient. So we're going to replace them with chillers. So most of the ductwork will stay as it is, but it's the chilling system itself, and as well as the controls.
So you're going to put in a central chiller?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it goes down, the whole place goes down?
Well, we're going to have two of them, so we'll have redundant systems in place.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the loan, so can we go ahead and talk about both of them concurrently?
Sure.
So you talk about the loan being repaid through energy savings. Can we talk about that?
Sure. So the next item is authorization for administration to negotiate with the State Energy Conservation Office for this low-interest loan. You've got questions, we've got questions. How much is the loan? What's the interest rate? What is the payback? It's all governed by the State Energy Conservation Office. This is an agency of the state, so we're not borrowing money from a bank. We're borrowing it from the state of Texas. The amount of the loan is tied into the energy project and its conservation measures. And so that's why we may have lights that we have to replace. And it's based on the payback. And so these factors all come together. We have a preliminary engineering assessment. I printed out the agenda. It was like 500 pages. I thought you had enough paper for one day. But basically, this helps govern what the project is and the parameters of the project. And so the loan is repaid from the energy savings, that our energy use will go down with the new systems in place, and that's what's used to repay it. So we're not having to use other funds from within the project, from within the Del Mar to pay the loan back. It should not impact the operating budget. It's repaid from these energy savings from the equipment.
What's a typical loan period?
Usually 7 to 10 years, depending on what you're replacing. If it were just light bulbs, the payback's like 3 years. But in general, with the chiller systems, what we're looking at is a payback of 10 years probably.
So we would do this item first to award it, and then the second item would be authorization to allow you to negotiate the final
Or
loan.
the SECO program, yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Kelly?
And the 2.9 million is to do all the projects?
Just the HVAC system for this building.
Okay. And then the other projects are separate?
They'll be separate. We'll bring everything back to the board about what we are doing, and I have to work with Roll on this because this will show up, well, the auditors have left the building, right? So it will show up on the debt part because it is a debt. But yes, we have to work with SECO on this because it's a weighted average payback. So the weight on the chillers could be 10 years, and we may be replacing light bulbs with LED lights that have a payback of 2 years. So it's a weighted average. So there will be, I anticipate, other projects to meet SECO's criteria.
All right.
Those projects would probably be a lesser cost.
Oh, yes, significantly less. Yes, sir.
Replacing light bulbs and that type of thing. I mean, you may also be putting in motion sensors and
yes, sir, and controls. That a lot of our controls are not current. There are other locations where staff can everything's controlled through the internet when it's set up properly, and so staff can do that. So we'll have controls and other systems that have to be updated as well. Okay. Yes, sir. But they'll be significantly less than the cost for the chiller system.
Mr. Loeb.
So we're taking off the rooftop units, patching the holes. putting in a chiller and a boiler, and then we're putting in, I guess, interior units to chill, to create the air handlers.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So why is are we using SPA and Victory because of the extent of modification inside for the air handlers?
We advertise, because of the size and scope of the project, we advertise competitively to get a better price, a better value for Del Mar College. 2 contractors submitted their bids, Victory Building Team and SPA Glass, and we're recommending award only to Victory Building Team for this one project.
So did ProTech or Malik look at this?
Yes, so they're subcontractors.
They're
Okay, so they're subbing, but there's other work besides the stuff that
Yes,
they are
sir,
doing?
there is.
Okay.
And they'll likely use other the Maliks and or those other ones. I don't know who they'll use, but those types of companies that specialize in that field to be part of the project.
Yeah, how many tons of AC is this?
It's going to be around 150 tons.
This is really expensive. I mean, I don't know what exactly is going in, but I mean.
Well, it's the equipment, the chillers, there's boilers with it, there's some air handler units. The engineer's estimate was at $4 million. And so Victory's, and that's in line with SPA Glass's bid, Victory's building team, we were concerned that there were concerns about their bid. We sat down with them and had them walk through their bid within the limits of it, and we're convinced that Victory building team knows what to do, and it's the best value for the college.
I'm telling you, it looks high. I mean, I don't just, I mean, I buy 120-ton chillers, and this is high, and the air handlers.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but it's not just put a chiller out and back in the parking lot. We have to make significant renovations. We have to remove the rooftop units, replace those roofs. It's an involved scope of work. There's
currently 7?
No, sir. There's 3 separate zones, but we've got several pieces of equipment, and yet we have to maintain operation. And it's more than a year-long project, so it's an involved process.
So we've got 150 tons of rooftop units now?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay, and so 2,000, 2,500 a ton to replace them all, we'd be $500,000 to $750,000. Did we bid that?
I'm going to invite you to have coffee with Mr. Strabo, so maybe he can go over the details with you.
I'm voting it. I'll just put it to you this way. I'm voting against this. I think that the efficiency savings that we think we are getting by going to a chilled water system we're paying for it up front on capital cost. I don't think we're saving money here. I think we're spending a lot more than we need to, because, I mean, I understand it may be easier to maintain a chilled water system, but we're spending a couple $1 million on getting there, and I don't think that's going to be worth it for us. But all right, thanks.
All right, any other questions on Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, did we specifically bid out to get a chiller system, or?
Wait, we worked with the engineers on what was the best way for the building of this size. And for a building of this size and its use, an air-cooled chiller or a water-cooled chiller system is a more efficient system, given that all of the rooftop units have exceeded their useful life. They're using refrigerants that are banned by the EPA, that when we have leaks, we have to report that.
But as opposed to replacing them for more contemporary units, which I'm hearing from Mr. Loeb would be less than $1 million.
No, sir. But we worked with the engineers and had the engineers guide us on what is the best way, most cost-effective for the initial installation, as well as the overall operations and maintenance of it. And this is the recommendation from the engineers.
I'll put it to you this way. So it's 2,000 to 2,500 installed per ton for rooftop units these days. I mean, maybe throw engineering in, it's 3,000. So 150 tons is 300 grand. I mean, and I have buildings that it's this size and they're split up. I mean, yes, you get some issues with a building this size where you've got air transfer, but I mean, I think the engineer sold us something. So I'd love to look at a bid on just replacing all the rooftop units, because I think somebody can do it cheaper than this.
We can get you more information, but we want, you have the right information to make the right decisions.
Okay.
So whatever we need to do. If you wish to pull this item at this time.
Well, that's one Regents' perspective right now.
Yes,
We need to continue to hear from the entire board.
Yes, sir.
What is the time frame in which they were planning to get started?
Well, the bids have been extended to make this board meeting date, and they were extended specifically for this date. If it does not require to be awarded today because the building's here, the building's not going anywhere. The air conditioning system, we'll keep working on it. The bids would have to be canceled and the contract rebid, but again, could be a totally different project.
Gotcha. All right.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm comfortable with the recommendation. I don't doubt or criticize David's experience. It's valid. I trust him as well. But I think we have a process for these items and experts who look at this. And I'm comfortable with moving forward with what's been presented today.
Any other questions or comments on the presentation material so far?
I have one other question. How long is it going to take for the chiller to get here?
6 months at the least. That they're running 9 to 12 months. They're selling them faster than you can get them. That the contractors will call carrier and say, we're ready to buy it. And say, well, send me the purchase order, and they'll call back an hour later, and that chiller has been sold. So.
Okay, and so the rooftop units are what, 15 tons?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Each. So another thing to think about is that when a chiller goes of this size, you've got to order it.
Mm-hmm.
So if it nukes itself, you're 6 months to a year, somebody's got to build it for you. 15-ton units, which is the standard up here, the reason why people use those is because you can order one and they've typically got one sitting, somebody's got one sitting at a warehouse here where they can just bring it out on the truck, put it on the crane, slap it on the roof. So there's a long-term.
We learned that firsthand that is true of pre-COVID.
Yeah.
In this post-COVID world, that is not true. We have projects where we've waited months for the rooftop units. They're selling them the same way.
Recently?
Yes, sir. The police station's the best example. We had rooftop units that were promised in June. They did not show up till August.
Okay.
We had to work with a contractor where the contractor actually had some rooftop units for a different job, and we were able to borrow those until the new ones came in. So in this world of post-COVID, there's continues to be ongoing supply line logistic problems. So there's not a lot of these hanging around where you can just go down to the air conditioning unit and buy one. That's our personal experience on several recent projects.
Okay. I've had different, I'll give you that in the last 2 or 3 years. Last 6 months, I think it's been different is my experience, but okay, I'll give you that. I don't want to get into John's business too much, but I mean, I think this is, I think the engineer I think this is a scope problem. I don't think this is a bad bid for what they're doing, but I think this is a scope issue. And so I'll make a motion to table this, and let's go get a bid or a price. Let's have John go look at pricing out just replacing the rooftop units.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion to table and a second. There's no discussion on a motion to table. All those in favor of the motion to table, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 to table. All those in favor of moving forward, please raise your hand. We have 4 in favor of moving forward, and so that motion fails because it did not have a majority. So now we will consider the item in front of us, which is the recommendation by staff to award the contract to Victory Building Team and the funding source coming from the SECO Utility Cost Reduction Measure Low Interest Loan. Is there a motion to proceed with the award of the contract?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Averett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Adami. Any discussion Any further discussion or questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of moving forward with the awarding of the contract, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion also fails due to. All right, so we sounds like we're going back to the drawing board.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. Thank you, Regents.
All righty. And so with that, then, we will not consider item number 8, which is the funding mechanism for that. So we will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code 551.074 regarding personnel matters and 551.071 regarding consultation with legal counsel. The time is 5:10 p.m. All right, the board has come back from closed session at 5:30 p.m. We have no action items coming out of closed session. Last thing on our agenda is calendaring. As Dr. Escamilla mentioned, we have our season celebration and graduation on December 15th, and our staff is going to have their well-deserved winter break beginning on December 20th. They will be back in the offices on January the 3rd. Dr. Escamilla and his team are obviously available for emergencies, but we'll try to let them have a happy holiday. In February, our board meeting will be on February 13th, and for those prioritize for those regions who have not yet attended, the Board of Trustees Institute put on by the Texas Success Center is Tuesday, the 27th of February, Tuesday and Wednesday, a 2-day meeting. And so we encourage you, if you've not attended before, the Texas Success Center actually pays for the registration fee and hotel for 2 board members to attend. So if you can't attend, we'd encourage you to do so. Is there anything else for the calendar, Dr. Escamilla?
No, just happy holidays to everyone, especially those listening out there. And we've still got a few days together with this early meeting. But again, to everybody, to the Regents, if we don't see you before then, have a wonderful holiday, and we'll catch you in January maybe.
Thank you all very much. We are adjourned at 5:31 p.m.